Good evening. I'll call to order the Arvada City Council meeting for July 6, 2020, and call upon Councilmember John Marriott.
Would you all please join me in a moment of silent reflection? And now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Kristen Rush, if you'll do the roll call.
Mayor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Marriott.
Here.
Councilmember Simpson.
Here.
Thank you. We next have the approval of the minutes of the June 15, 2020 City Council meeting. Kristen Rush wanted to make sure that we truly read through these, and she planted a couple of Easter eggs in there for us to catch. We found them. Thank you to Mr. Jones and to Ms. Simpson for finding those. And so the minutes stand before you as amended. Are there any other changes or corrections? Seeing none, they will be approved as amended. Next, and this could be a little dangerous, we understand, we are going to recognize Mr. Cliff Deeds. Mr. Deeds, would you mind coming down to the podium? And Mr. Deeds, would your wife mind coming down and joining you?
Absolutely. Sandy?
You know, before I start talking about Cliff, I want to talk about spouses.
She's a little short. So sorry, Dot. No
I want
offense.
to talk a little bit. You know, Mr. Deeds, I'm still in control for a little while longer. If you could behave a little bit tonight, it would. I know you're a short timer, and we have no control over you anymore. But I did want to make a couple comments about spouses and partners, significant others who stand by our city employees in so many ways. They are there to deal with whatever hardships the employee dealt with on that particular day, to address the frustration these employees have with city council or city managers or department heads or whatever. And so you're sounding boards, and I think that's very important. But even more than that, and this is particular as to Cliff and you know his role in the city, I'm sure there were many a night that he got called back out because of a water main break and perhaps holiday dinners that got interrupted. You're nodding in affirmation there. That you know, and you as the spouse had to carry on and address the family needs and everything while Cliff came back to city to take care of the citizens of this great community. And then now during COVID, frankly, you know, we have had essential employees. I don't know if I'm going to call Cliff an essential employee, but I guess I have to. That indeed, for our essential employees who were exposed a number of times, be it our police officers, our other and first responders all around, who were by nature of their employment called upon to be exposed to situations, and yet you took care of them when they got home, and to some extent got exposed yourself, and I hope all are doing well. But so with that, Mrs. Deeds, I wanted to thank you for first of all putting up with this guy for all these years, but also just for the support system that spouses, partners, significant others provide to all of our employees. So let me begin with that. Now, the less important part, in terms of talking about Cliff Deeds, he's been with us for over 40 years. He's served the Utilities Department. He has announced, finally, his plans to retire. He had wanted to do that early in 2020, but a variety of circumstances kept Cliff and the city as partners together until July 31st, 2020. Mr. Deeds was hired in 1978 as a maintenance worker and was promoted to equipment operator because he knocked off the previous equipment operator. 1 year later, and then the utility control tech in 1980. In 1983, he was promoted to superintendent water transmission and distribution. This position has had several title changes, ending with water system manager, the position Cliff holds today. Mr. Deeds has managed a water system that has grown dramatically in size over the course of his career. His leadership created an environment that 41 years ago, there were 120 to 130 water main breaks per year, and the division primarily reacted to breaks. Under Cliff's leadership, the division moved to more proactive maintenance methods. Today, in a water system that has doubled in size, there are 20 to 30 water main breaks per year. Part of that was because Cliff got rid of all those wooden water mains and replaced them with much better ones. Some of the water system accomplishments under his leadership include, by 2020, there will be no cast iron water mains in the city system. The department's sound water maintenance and metering practices resulted in a system water loss of less than 5%, far better than the industry benchmark of 16%. He introduced technology to improve efficiency of field teams, and the water system withstood and really came through just fine after the 2013 floods without major damage. When you ask his team members about Cliff, you'll first be met with a groan, followed by a smile. Cliff is known for his direct communication style that pulls no punches, and I have been the beneficiary of a few of those, but delights a deep care for the people around him. Longtime team member Steve Hamill said Cliff doesn't hold anything back and will tell you exactly what he thinks, but his directness also helps his team members improve. Mistakes happen, mostly by Cliff, but I'm sorry, I misread that. Mistakes happen, and Cliff will tell you what to do to learn from them. Mr. Deeds' teammates know where they stand with him and how to improve their job performance to meet his high standards. Lest anyone think the ribbing is one way, Cliff can also take as well as he gives. There is never a dull moment when he is around. Mr. Deeds' commitment to the city of Arvada is evident in his action over the years, but it was on full display over the past year. Cliff delayed his retirement to support the city team through a transition to a new manager during a global public health crisis, and he selflessly stayed on with the team 5 months after his original retirement hire date to ensure that the transition would be seamless for his team and the residents of Arvada. We are deeply grateful for his generosity with his time, given the unforeseen circumstances the city has faced in 2020. Cliff's belief in his team members, his commitment to excellence in the water system, and his leadership will continue to be felt by the city and our community for many years to come. The Arvada City Council, City of Arvada team members, and Arvada community members salute Cliff Deeds for his 42 years of service to the city of Arvada. Now, Lori Gillis has a brief rebuttal to my comments.
Oh, more of an echo of the comments. I believe everybody should have a Cliff Deeds in their life, and I mean that. If you're blessed to have one, pay attention. Cliff will give you the honest truth. He will provide feedback, good or bad. And when you feel like you're failing or like you're on the edge, he'll be the first in line to lend a hand and to be your champion. You know you're really important when you've heard, put your big pants on. My big pants are on. Over the past year, I have been fortunate to work closely with Cliff. When Cliff first announced his retirement, again, he didn't hesitate in stepping up to cover and support a smooth transition. When we had to go through the second hiring process, I said, Cliff, I need your help. Again, Cliff didn't hesitate, and as a great reflection upon Cliff, when the water team was handed back to Cliff, the team was glad to have him at the helm. The transition, again, was seamless. He worked with the team through the second hiring process and supported the Director of Utilities, giving it all he had. No ego, just pride in the legacy water system he was leaving behind. Thank you, Cliff. Cliff, the city, the team, the community will be forever grateful for your legacy. The legacy of a safe water system, the legacy of a team that is second to none. Big shout out to the water team. The legacy of all those you have trained, mentored, and supported in your time at the city. Cliff, I want to send love, hug, and thanks. Thanks for all you've done.
Okay, you get 3 minutes, Mr. Deeds.
It's my turn,
Yeah,
and there's no filter on, oh, good, Bob.
go ahead. Sure.
Do you mind putting that up there? So I just want to give background of where Cliff and I mean, this is when I was first elected. I think this was in 2012, if I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. What I appreciate more than anything from my experience with Cliff over the last 8 years I've known you is not only the level of sarcasm and the circle of sarcasm that you and your peers have, but I appreciate it more than anything because it kind of makes an environment fun. But one thing I've learned through your staff and interacting, even most recently at my new house, is how dedicated the staff is to you and your leadership, as well as the sense of family you've created within your unit, and that's special. And you'll always leave a mark, and you'll be a legacy for years to come, as the mayor said. But I wanted this up here because I thought, Cliff, this is my first experience doing something, and this was off of a video called How They Do That, because I was so fascinated with like the things that you don't know the city does behind the scenes. It's sometimes not the sexiest things in the world, as you can see there where we were. But what was interesting was I had no idea that there was a bet going on with me at this time, I believe, Cliff, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you want to share what the bet was?
about how muddy we could get you?
Yes.
Yes,
So no one told me this. So what he thought is, hey, you know what, Councilmember Pfeiffer, why don't you go ahead and walk out in that mud, which gets probably 18 inches deep, if not deeper. And if you notice what he's holding versus what I'm holding, that stick is key to get through mud. He was not going to share it with me and hope that I fall. So there was a bet going on, but I found out after the fact that the bet was there. I think Tomas was on scene with us, so I think he spoiled it. But it shows the kind of involvement and seriousness. You not only do you play hard, you work hard. And at this moment, this is always in my memory of what a great experience, your wealth of knowledge. What I learned and what we shared that day was not only fun, but it was informational. And a citizen should be proud of what you've done for 41 years. And I definitely am. And so thank you very much for all you've done, and congratulations on your retirement.
the
Do you want to say
funny part
anything?
about that picture is the abuse you brought on me,
Oh,
because I was wearing new gloves, and my crew never let me forget that I didn't have dirty gloves. And it started with that guy right there,
Steve.
Steve Heyman.
Oh,
So,
so
yeah.
he's the one who said you had new gloves on for me.
Well, that's the first thing they noticed, yes, is that I didn't have working gloves on. I had office gloves.
But did they all notice that you didn't share your stick with me?
No, I wanted to knock you over. And most of the bet came from the mayor. So.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Mr. Marriott's changing subjects. Mr. Marriott's got a few words.
Well, Cliff, I just wanted to say, as a person who grew up here in Arvada and spent my whole life here, thank you so much for what you've done for the city of Arvada. The confidence and professionalism that you and your whole team, the whole water delivery system, have put forth is just one of those building blocks that makes great communities. Never, ever has anyone in Arvada worried that when they turn their water on, it won't come out. And not only does it come out, but it's of high quality, and there's so many places around the world you don't drink the water out of the tap, but here we think nothing of it because of people like you and your team that have made that happen. I also want to thank you for the best city facility tour ever. When I got to tour the meter facility and the shops with you, I think your talent might have been somewhat wasted there in the water division. You have many, many talents, and giving a great tour is one of them. Mostly, I just want to thank you for your public service. You've done what all great public services do, and that's you've left the place better than you found it. You've created a stepping stone for all of us that are here, but all those who are not here yet. And that legacy will last for a long time. And just want to say thank you for what you've done and wish you well in your next endeavors.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller.
Mr. Deeds, thank you for all you've done and for being so much fun. The first time, I don't know if you remember this or not, but the first time you and I met, I was elected in November, and then the employee Christmas party was in December, and you walked right up to say hello, and you said, "Wow, you are not tall." And I was in 5-inch platform heels at the time. So it's fun, and I love it, and just your work and your passion for this community is fantastic, and that you have fun doing it is even better. Just keep laughing, always.
Okay, Mr. Deeds, you can now have the floor.
You have the filter on?
No.
No,
We don't have a 5-second delay here, Cliff.
she's my filter. She'll
Okay.
pitch. I want to say the last 42 years have been about the people, and it starts and stops there. I've had so many great coworkers. I've had so many people. I don't feel like they've ever worked for me or that I worked for them. We've worked together, and we've really tried to do special things here. The new manager, Chris Campman, is up in the audience. Our water treatment manager, Brad Wyant, Supervisor Ben Sawaya, and Supervisor Steve Hamel. These are the people that have built the water system. Mayor, when you started out, I'll put Bob on. How many leaks have we had so far this year, Bob? I don't think we've had any. We've had 2. National standard, we should have 44. So the 42 leaks that we didn't have are outages our customers will never know about. And it's a tribute to the people in this room and our leadership team. And I'm not going to start naming names because I'll forget one and then I'll feel bad. But Arvada is not a top-down organization. It's a bottom-up organization, and that's why we're better. The people who picked those mains to get replaced that are no longer leaking were the techs and the supervisors and the foremen that were out in the mud making those decisions. But without support and without funding, we couldn't do any of it. So I'm really proud. I'm so happy just with the relationships with what Arvada's provided Sandy and I, and the ability to raise our family and live in Arvada. It's been a wonderful experience, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I'm not willing to stay one day longer. I pushed it out so that I don't know that you guys could tolerate me one day longer. But thank you so much for everything. It's been a great ride, and I look forward to the next adventure. She's getting the prison sentence. I mean, she's stuck with me. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Cliff. One of the neat things about our retirees is that they still remain available to us. You know, we'll call upon them for some of their institutional memory and some of their skills, and I think it's a reflection upon this city that they're very willing to help us out as issues come up. And so I've seen that time after time, and even with you, Cliff, I think that might happen. So with that, now I'll move on to public comment on issues not scheduled on our agenda. I'll start with Dolores Wood. Ms. Wood? Ms. Wood, if you'll come up to the podium, I understand you'd like to address City Council. How are you today? And you can take off your mask if you would like, but you're not required to.
I've lived in Arvada for 49 years. I raised my family here. I am a widow. I own my own home. And I'm sorry, but I resent the fact that you're trying to tell me who can take my trash and who I have to pay to take my trash and in what order they are supposed to take it. I have no problems with my people. My neighbors are not happy about it. And I've talked to people that have had this situation in their area, and they do not like it. And I don't appreciate not being able to vote for it. I did not like the idea that it was refused once before, and it was brought up again. I see no reason for it. We all take care of our areas pretty well, and our trash men have been very, very courteous and helpful, and I don't see any reason to change from them. And I don't believe anybody should be punished for being content with what they have, and it's my money. I'd appreciate it if I could spend it as I choose. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments, ma'am. Thank you. Now, Amy Travin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm back. And the reason I'm back is to tell you that we're still here. Our little group of Black Lives Matter activists are still out there protesting. We've decided to do it every Monday so that you can see that we are actually there. I will tell you that our group is growing every day. We have more members joining all the time, bigger email lists, bigger meetings. So it's exciting. We don't really know what to ask you, and a lot of people are saying, I don't know what to say in front of City Council, and I say, well, neither really do I, but here I am to tell you that we're here. A couple of things. I'm going to repeat one of the things I talked about last time, and one of them was about the city prosecutor's office and about questioning why we are prosecuting children in the city government. And I loved sitting here and listening to that gentleman who has worked for the city for 43 years and how much you all love him and how much you all seem to work well together, both the staff and the council. And what I would love to see is that same attitude towards the city prosecution's office. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying, is your effectiveness in the city prosecution office the same as in the city water office? Is the water working, or is the prosecution office working just as well? Are all of your cases based on data? Are you moving forward with cases based on the effectiveness of what's actually coming out, right? So when you prosecute children for having a fight in a school, does that help? Does that change? What does that do, right? So if that's still happening and it's not based on research or on you guys working together on having communication about what's happening, I'm asking you to change that. I'm asking you to look at that, because from my experience in working in the legal world, it does not change anything. Those kids are still going to fight. Those kids are still going to yell at their teachers because they're children. They're children who are being prosecuted in our city. And I'm asking you to please try and reform that, okay? But other than that, I don't have anything to say, except I almost forgot. We are having group meetings, and we would love to speak with each of you individually about what you think we could do, and we would love to give you our ideas as well. So you obviously have my contact information. I know how to get yours, and so we'll be contacting you to hopefully meet one-on-one with each of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mondragon.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Mondragon. I've been a resident here in Arvada since moving here in 1978. I come before you on this, the 4th anniversary of the death of Philando Castile. Mr. Castile was driving with his partner, Diamond Reynolds, and her 4-year-old daughter when at 9 p.m. their vehicle was pulled over in Falcon Heights, a suburb of St. Paul, Minnesota. After being asked for his license and registration, Castile told the officer that he had a firearm. Castile was licensed to carry. The officer replied, "Don't pull it out." He said, "I'm not pulling it out." And Reynolds said, "He's not." The officer repeated, "Don't pull it out," and then shot at Castile at close range 7 times, hitting him 5 times. Castile died at 9:37 p.m. A wonderful woman who I have the pleasure of going to church with at Christ the King Episcopal Church here on Carr Street shared an article containing these following words, quote, "What we see happening in our country today is the facing of a disease that has its severity downplayed, its symptoms masked, and in many cases, its existence outright denied for the sake of maintaining the mythos of American society. To truly understand our current predicament and attempt to move towards solutions, we need to fully understand this problem, how it affects us, and get comfortable with being uncomfortable. What has happened since we were last face-to-face here? I'm glad for the work that has been accomplished thus far in Arvada to help and to challenge us to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Arvada citizens, as Amy noted, now over 200 strong, have signed up with the Facebook group Arvadans for Equality and Social Advocacy, or are on an email list to keep informed and to help bring about a more inclusive and equitable community in Arvada and the Denver area. We continue to have a presence, as Amy said, on the street in front of City Hall, protesting the individual and systemic abuse, discrimination, and killings across the country, while we witness to a better way. As was outlined in the recent city update, Arvada is taking good steps to secure resources and guidance to move forward. I applaud your words in the update, quote, "As we continue to see news of violence against our nation's Black community members, we have an opportunity to listen, learn, and act as a city to continue to build a local government that serves everyone," close quote. The last time I was here, I advocated for the creation of a new entity, a community diversity task force. I believe the task force would be instrumental in moving forward your encouragement for, quote, "everyone to get involved with educating themselves, joining the conversation, and learn and to listen to one another." I'm grateful for the good conversations I've had with City Manager Mark Devon, and I love the words in your statement. We know our local actions can and will make an impact at the national level. Let us work together to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We had discussions at our 5 o'clock session this evening, and we are certainly talking about the task force concept, how we can do our listening, and how we can engage our citizens, such as you and Amy, on this issue. And you've volunteered your assistance, and we'll be taking you up on it.
Great.
Thank you. Next, we have is there anybody else that wishes to speak during public comment? We do not have any other sign-up sheets. We did not have anybody on Zoom or phone calls, as I understand it. Okay, on new business, moving on to the consent agenda, we had 4 items. First was a resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the agreement by and between the City of Arvada and WL Contractors in the amount of $160,000 for the additional on-call and scheduled traffic signal maintenance. Second one is the resolution authorizing a construction contract between Arvada and Granite Inliner for the 2020 trenchless sewer main replacement project in an amount not to exceed approximately $1.2 million. Third one is a resolution authorizing an amendment to a license agreement for subsurface drain outlet points and landscaping by and between the City of Arvada and Leiden Rock Metropolitan District and pertaining to the Leiden Rock subdivision. And the fourth item on the consent agenda is a resolution authorizing an agreement between Arvada and Stantec Consulting Services for pavement management system services in an amount not to exceed approximately $210,000. Mr. Marriott.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that resolution R20-054 through R20-057 be approved.
Motions for approval of the consent agenda. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you. Next, we did not have any resolutions or first readings tonight, so we'll go directly into public hearings, and I'll open the public hearing on cottages at Ralston Fields Preliminary Development Plan, generally located at 5810 Miller Street. Mr. Devon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe we're going to have Planning Manager Rob Spintana introduce this item. I believe he's going to be over Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Devon, Mayor and City Council. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary development plan to allow for the development of 64 single-family duplex and townhome units on a 2.41 acre site. Property is zoned PUD. The site is located at the northeast corner of 58th and Miller Street. The units within the project will range in size between 720 and 1,200 square feet. The overall density of the project is approximately 26 dwelling units per acre. Approximately 49% of the site will include landscaped and hardscaped outdoor areas designed for the residents of the community. Access to the site will be provided from a drive onto Miller Street, with a secondary emergency access provided to 58th Avenue. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary development plan at their May 19th meeting, with one member absent. We have received the signed posting log and mailing affidavit, and they are in order. The applicant is in attendance for a presentation and for questions, and Senior Planner Jake Nichols, as well as other members of the development review team, are also available for questions.
Okay, I'll make the posting log and mailing affidavit part of the record, and we'll, at this time, call upon, we may have some people who are on the phone, and we have the applicant, if you'll raise your right hand, even virtually, to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, so you can come down. You may remove your mask for the testimony portion, if you would.
Okay, great. And who do I tell to change the slides to? Oh, perfect. Okay. Good evening. My name is Tim Masters, and on behalf of myself and my partner Jim Ellen, we are very excited to bring this project to the city of Arvada. Our offices are located at 6990 West 38th, Suite 205 in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Our proposal tonight is to bring back the missing middle housing stock to the city of Arvada, and in turn provide a much needed.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We either need you to stand back, or we've got a good view of your chest. We want to actually.
Let me adjust it for you. Okay. Maybe raise the podium. Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So we plan on doing this.
Whoa.
Little echo here, right? We plan on doing this by, do I just push this away, do you think? Okay. We plan on doing this by creating a pocket neighborhood design concept, in which we feel to be one of the first developments like this in the whole entire metro area. And it's basically providing smaller homes fronting an open space courtyard. Next slide, please. We're located at the corner of Kipling and 58th. And we view this site as Arvada's front door. Annually, over 1 million people cross in front of this site. As they come down Kipling, they turn left onto 58th and heading to the ball fields. We are the circle in the red, immediately across from the Miller Street entrance to the ball fields. So we feel that this site is very highly visible, and our development will be a great improvement to Arvada's front door from the current state of weeds and dirt. Next slide, please. The site has remained vacant since annexation some 65 years ago, which brings us to the question of why. And the real answer to this is, as it stands today, it's virtually unbuildable. 95% of the site is within a floodplain. It's bisected by a sanitary sewer. The setbacks reduce the buildable area by about 50%. There's a channel cutting across the front of the site that basically bisects the site from the frontage along 58th. And we have a split zoning. All these issues make the site virtually untouchable to the average developer. However, Jim and I are civil engineers. We feel we can do anything, so we went ahead and bought the site. Next slide, please. So the real question besides why we bought the site is what's good about the site. And we think there's plenty. It's an easy walking distance to several stores, to several parks and immediately adjacent, right across the street from the ball fields and the soccer fields. We think it's a great site, and it's close to the I-70. It's less than 3/4 of a mile away from the light rail stop, and best of all, it's in the city of Arvada. Next slide, please. One of the biggest issues that Arvada is facing is housing affordability. And as the newspaper from the Arvada Press says, housing prices are now exceeding affordability within the city. The average home price in the city is $470,000, and that far exceeds the average maximum mortgage that a family earning the average median income can afford. The maximum mortgage for a one-person household that they can afford is actually less than the average price of our Nevada home. Next slide, please. Big houses are the root of the problem in our minds. In 1950, the average house size was 1,000 square feet. Today, it's closer to 3,000. This upward trend is actually, in home size, is actually in reverse to the housing occupancy size. Almost 25% or 26% of Arvada households are single occupancy. The average sales price of the home in Arvada, coupled with the rise in single-person households, is virtually leaving a quarter of the city population in unaffordable situation to buy a single-family home. Next slide, please. These two houses are very, very different. But the development fees are exactly the same, which is adding to the reasons why developers are building bigger and bigger houses. The house on the right, 24% of the price of that house is eaten up by fees, city fees. House on the left, 4%. This is why developers are building larger and larger houses to defray the cost of the impact fees. Next slide, please. Missing middle housing stock was very popular in the 1940s. Smaller homes, duplexes, small multifamily buildings were all the rage. Since the 1950s, these housing styles were abandoned in favor of ever larger homes. What planners and affordable housing experts are finding today is that this housing stock back will relieve a crisis that we're having in home affordability. Even the AARP says in that little box up there that this is a great way to provide additional attainable housing options. Next slide, please. These communities are springing up all over the country. As you see here, we have one from coast to coast. Each one of these are great examples of the missing middle housing stock. Next slide, please. And here's a couple of more examples, this time ranging from the Midwest to the deep South. Next slide, please. And just a couple more of these on the West Coast. These neighborhoods bring forth a strong sense of community within a larger community at an attainable price, and they thus provide inclusion for many more citizens in the for-sale housing market. Next slide, please. What we are proposing is what we feel is Arvada's first true pocket neighborhood. Our development will contain 64 dwelling units composed of a mix of single-family, duplex, and row homes. The row homes will be 3-story units with tuck-under garages on the first floor. The other units will all be 2-story units. All of the units will be between 720 to 930 square foot of living space. The garage units will be slightly larger. One side of the duplex units will provide for ADA accessible first floor bathrooms as well as bedrooms. Next slide, please. The site is laid out following a pocket neighborhood land planning concept. There are 16 homes surrounding a courtyard. There are 4 courtyards and 4 different communities within the larger community. Residents will walk through the courtyard from their car This enables the better connection between the neighbors. Other amenities will include front-facing front porches along 58th, which we believe will create a residential feel as drivers drive past on 58th. We have a central delivery system, as well as the recycling center at the far west side of the site where the main entrance to the site is. This prevents trucks from having to drive through the site, helps maintain the site, plus reduces the accident potential. Okay. Additionally, we laid the site out so it transitions homes from the existing developments. For instance, the row homes along the north side, similar scale and mass to the apartments immediately to the north. This also helps shelter the courtyards from the views from the adjacent apartment buildings. Additionally, on the east side, we've created a larger parking area to separate our property from the neighboring medical office building. We're probably talking about 150 feet away from that building with this design concept. Next slide, please. Each courtyard will be programmed differently. We'll have four different courtyards. The garden courtyard and the gazebo courtyard offer more serene surroundings, more quiet settings, whereas the fire pit courtyard and the games courtyard will be a little bit more active, potentially a little bit noisier, and this way we have 4 different communities within the larger community, hopefully satisfying a much greater need for most people. Next slide, please. Additional amenities will be the paseos. The paseos run along the back of most of the homes. This offers a quieter setting, more one-on-one in nature versus the more bustling courtyards. In addition, we'll offer community gardens, which will be maintained by the HOA, as well as the central delivery system where people will have their parcels delivered to one building. You'll punch in a keypad and you'll be able to return your parcel that way. Next slide, please. This is a view along of the development as you drive by along 58th. As mentioned earlier, we have front porches with doors opening towards 58th. You'll still be able to access the courtyard directly from your porch off of this site. We think this is a much nicer view than the weeds and dirt that are currently out there. Next slide, please. This is a view from the interior of the courtyard. This is what you'll see if you're in one of these single-family homes, you'll see on the other side of the courtyard. Next slide, please. We made some slight changes from the PUD or PDP that was submitted. We basically revised one of the units to offer a larger floor footprint on the first floor. This will give us a first floor bathroom and a first floor bedroom, eliminating the needs for stairs. There'll still be a second floor, but you won't need to use it at all to live in this unit. Next slide, please. As noted, our footprints are fairly small. As you can see from this site, our first floor footprint is actually, for all 64 units, is approximately 8 single-family homes that are currently built in the city of Arvada. Next slide, please. Landscape coverage is approximately 31%. This is augmented by access to the open space surrounding us, the ballparks, the parks on each side of us. Really an ideal situation if you enjoy the outdoors. Additionally, we think the parking ratio is quite ample for single-family occupancy. Next slide, please. In summary, we believe that our development brings to Arvada many benefits beyond that of just our residents. The development provides an affordable option. It's a diversity in the housing stock of Arvada, yet it still maintains a single-family feel of the city. And the development, we think, is a definite improvement to the Arvada's front door versus the current vacant property. And lastly, but not least, our development is green, affordable, and cool. Thank you. We look forward to your comments.
Very good. I've been informed by the city clerk that there are no citizens either present here in council, City Hall, or by telephone who wish to testify.
That's true, no one is here.
Very good. With that, I'll close the public comment portion, open it up for city council questions or action. Ms. Ford.
So I have a few questions for you. You mentioned that you have 110 parking spots, and I'm counting 106. I'm missing 4, based on your numbers around.
Okay, there should be 110. Are you counting obviously the garage units? And
Yeah, I counted 24 on the garage, and then I have I'm counting these little numbers here, 14, 12, 12, 12, 10, and 8, and then the 24, and I'm coming up with 106. So what am I missing?
I'm not sure without... there's 4 ADA stalls between the buildings. The row homes.
The row homes? There's
Between
4?
Yeah.
Oh, right there. Okay, thanks. Then I wanted to ask you, if I were to purchase here, how would I move in? How do people move into this development?
Oh, they would, you mean how are they?
How do they get their furniture to their front door?
Yeah. We will provide, in the recycling center, we'll have push carts and stuff like that available for people to move their stuff back and forth. It also helps to move groceries in and that sort of thing. It's very similar to that of an apartment building.
Except apartment buildings have elevators.
Well, these are, basically 1 and 2 story, or 2-story buildings, so shouldn't be, you wouldn't need an elevator. You'd push it down the driveway or the paseo or the sidewalks.
And in your units that are 720 square feet, how many bedrooms are in those units?
Right now, we've designed them as 1 large bedroom. Basically, there's 2 floors that are completely wide open, more of a loft-style unit.
So you're figuring how many cars then per unit? 1.72, it said?
Well, that's what we have available. We figure that these will be one car, 1 single occupancy buildings.
All of them?
Well, that's what we're banking on. I'm assuming that maybe someone slides their significant other in once in a while, but if that case, maybe 1.5 would max out the site, and then there's another quarter car for guests and so on.
Another how many for guests?
Quarter per unit.
A quarter.
0.25 per unit, yeah.
0.25. And just out of curiosity, the colors that you've selected on your buildings, those aren't the colors that the actual buildings will be. I notice you have a really interesting orange color, and I know that as a city, we've kind of kept from going with orange on our storage units. That's not the color that you're thinking about, or is
Well,
it?
these are representations. We have not actually started the design development with the architect yet. That'd be the next phase in the final development plan. But
Okay.
at this point in time, these are just representations of different various color schemes we have.
And nationally, who tends to purchase these units?
There's 2 demographics. There's the 25 to 30, and there's the 55 plus.
What was the other one? I'm sorry.
55 plus.
55 plus. Okay. That's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have just a single question. You mentioned in your presentation that these are affordable or attainable units, and I believe I know the answer to this, but I just want to be sure. You're not bringing any subsidy money to this that requires any kind of restrictions on either what you can sell them for or what a subsequent owner could sell them for. They're really just market rate, but of a small size.
Yes, exactly. The affordability is based on the size of the unit
Okay.
and
got
the
it.
market rate.
Okay, got it. That's the only question I have. I'd like to reserve out making the motion when it's appropriate.
So reserved. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Thank you, Mayor. So you said, I don't know if I heard a number, but that cost or the price of these units are what again?
We
What are
we
you
would
thinking?
like to be within the sub 300 market
For 900 square feet?
for, 720 to 900, yes. The price per square foot is higher to construct because we still have a kitchen and a bathroom, and we're not spreading the cost of the fees out on a larger per square foot unit. So they tend to be higher across the country.
But I'm assuming your bathrooms and kitchens are not like a 3,000 square foot house would have.
No,
So
they're smaller.
I would think you'd save some money. I get they're expensive, but it's not like you're
Mm-hmm.
putting 1,000 square feet of granite inside.
No.
So parking garages, Councilmember Jones and I were just having this conversation about this. So I had a few questions around the parking garage underneath the 3-story units. We were just talking about complaints about some of these townhouses that are being designed that they can't get cars in them now, and it's causing other issues for us. So how are you addressing that? Because one of the things that we get worried about, or I get worried about, and some of my peers do, is that people start using the garage for storage and starts parking out onto the parking, and then now your ratios don't work because people are not using the numbers, and,
Sure.
and it just creates conflicts that we will continue to hear for years on end about this damn development didn't do it right? So
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to cut it off at the pass and kind of understand how you're going to handle those 24 garages.
Sure. These are single family or single car units that are 13'4" wide, 30 feet deep. So the average car space might be 11 by 20. So we're large garages for that reason.
Okay.
The other thing is we are assigning parking spots, and you will not be assigned a parking spot if you have a garage. So
Oh, okay.
you'll be towed away
Okay.
if you're parked out.
That's another way of doing it versus
Yeah.
HOA policing that. So that's the only questions. I appreciate hearing that garage is a little wider than normal. I think the normal is like 11 or 12 feet, so I think it gives a
Yeah,
little
the
more.
concept we had is for a lot of these guys, we figure people will be living here, will be bike riders and kayakers and stuff, and this gives them the room to hang their stuff up there.
Still, and 34 feet give about 10 feet extra in the garage for
Yes.
storage or bike or like you said.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Simpson?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to quickly ask about the HOA. A lot of beautiful features in this with the different types of amenities and the community garden and whatnot. So just in the terms of the market rate, do you have an estimate of what the HOA would be monthly? And would it be through a management company or would there be someone on site?
Sure. It would be through a management company. That's what, of course, people moving in will be able to vote in their own. But we assume it'll be a management company. We have not estimated the cost of the amenities spread out over time. So the fees.
Right, thank you.
And in addition with the HOA, we also want to go one step further and have them guarantee that each unit's are painted at a certain time too. We don't want one guy not painting his unit. So it'll be the HOA fees may be slightly higher, but one uniform look throughout the years.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones?
Actually, I think all my questions were answered
Very
from
good.
others, so thank you.
Yeah, living in a HOA that paints your house is kind of nice. I just got mine painted, so it takes a lot of the heat off, and it really does make sure that people are, that the property's being maintained, which was one of the issues in earlier discussions on this, was how that would happen. I see no other lights, Mr. Marriott.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that cottages at Ralston Fields preliminary development plan, generally located at 5810 Miller Street, be approved subject to the attached updated conditions of approval. This motion is based on the findings of fact adopted by the Planning Commission.
Ms. Miller, did you wish to speak, or did you push your speak button instead of your vote button?
I was going to speak to my vote, and
You can.
thank you, Your Honor. I just would like to say that I think this development is fantastic. I think it's adorable, and I'm excited that you're bringing something like this to Arvada, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, all votes are cast. It passes 7-0. Thank you. And, I'll echo Ms. Miller's comments in terms of I'm really excited about this from the perspective that, and I love the location, because it really is a great place to showcase something very unique and different, and for Arvada to be sort of on the forefront. And I think it does really help us with our HIP Serbia status in the neighboring communities. So good luck to you. Okay, next I'm going to open several public hearings. First is going to be consider a planned unit development plan for Candelas, filing number 1, amendment number 4, generally located north of Candelas Parkway and McIntyre Street, bounded by West 93rd Place and Kimbler Way. Also at the same time, we'll consider a preliminary plat for Candelas, filing number 1, amendment number 4, generally located north of Candelas Parkway and McIntyre Street, bounded by West 93rd Place and Kimbler Way. At the same time, we'll consider a planned unit development plan for Candelas, filing number 1, amendment number 5, generally located north of Candelas Parkway, south of West 94th Drive, and east of Salvia Street. And we'll consider a preliminary plat for Candelas, filing number 1, amendment number 5, generally located north of Candelas Parkway, south of West 94th Drive, and east of Salvia Street. Mr. Devon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe, again, we have Planning Manager Rob Spintana that will be presenting this, kicking off this presentation via Zoom.
Thank you, Rob.
Right, thank you, Mayor, members of council. I will describe these two cases separately at the beginning here. So the first one is at McIntyre Street, located on either side of McIntyre Street, north of Candelas Parkway. And this request is for planned unit development plan and preliminary plat approval for 57 townhome units on a total of 5.45 acres. This site is zoned PUD. There will be 11 townhome buildings with 4 to 6 units per building. Access to the garages for the units will be from internal drives rather than adjacent public streets. Approximately 40% of this particular site is designated as open space. And these two parcels have an overall density of 10.5 dwelling units per acre. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the PUD plan and preliminary plat for Amendment 4 at their June 2nd meeting, with 2 members being absent. And for this project, we have received the signed posting log and mailing affidavit, and they are in order. The second parcel, which is Amendment 5, is a proposal for PUD development plan and preliminary plat for 37 townhome units located on 4.4 acres. This site is also zoned PUD. This site will have 7 townhome buildings with 4 to 6 units per building. Again, access is provided to the garages from internal drives rather than adjacent public streets. Approximately 51% of this site is proposed as open space, and this project is a slightly lower density of 8.3 dwelling units per acre. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the PUD plan and the preliminary plat at their June 2nd meeting, with 2 members absent. We have received the signed posting log and mailing affidavit for both of these cases, and they are in order. The applicant is in attendance for presentation and questions, as is Senior Planner Carol Ibanez and other Development Review Team staff members for any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. I'll make the posting log and mailing affidavits for both filings part of the record. Anyone who wishes to testify on this matter, if you'll raise your right hand. Swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Very good. The applicant may make a presentation. I know we've got a organized presentation from some citizens in opposition and some, a couple other sign-up sheets, and then I think we've got some people by Zoom or by phone as well. So, and at the end of the public testimony, I'll afford the applicant some time for rebuttal in terms of that, and then I'll close the public hearing and we'll take council questions. Okay, so if the applicant wishes to make their presentation.
Mr. Mayor, if I could excuse me for a minute, the camera needs to be, I think I made it blurry. And so somebody from technology was bringing something so we could get it some clarity in the camera.
Yeah, why don't we, let's take a moment and do a little wipe down too with the, since we've been having some touching going on, which I understand when you're making a presentation, you need to use the podium a little bit more than just making public comment. And Ben does a great job as our wipe down king. You look marvelous. We're being contacted by cities around the country asking how we're doing these hybrid meetings and how it's going.
Something's off with the focus. I don't know.
Ben, I've got some windows at home too, if you're eligible for additional hire.
I should not have volunteered for this. Oh, that's better. Great.
What a team. Great job. Okay, if the applicant's ready to proceed.
First slide, please. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dan Galasso. I'm with Tri-Point Homes. I'm just going to give you a quick introduction to Tri-Point Homes. Tri-Point Homes started in the Denver Metro, Colorado division in 2012. Shortly thereafter, we started at Candela's. We've built 4 different product lines at Candela's. We've built a 60-foot product, a 50-foot product, a 40-foot product, and a 35-foot product, ranging anywhere from 1,800 square feet to a little over 6,000 square feet. That was one of the reasons we were interested in this product here. We are currently selling our 40-foot product and nearly sold out of that. We expect to be sold out of that project here in the next year. And we'll be moving on to that. After that, I'll turn it over to Bonnie Nizelek with Norris Design.
Good evening, Bonnie Nizelek, Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street. Just wanted to clarify one thing real quick, because we have separate presentations for the Amendment 4 and Amendment 5, and I know Rob spoke on both. Should we just do the first one and then we'll do public comment?
Nope, just do them all.
Do both of them? Okay. I will try not to repeat.
Let me verify with the city attorney, is that?
That's fine with me, Your Honor. You may want to split them up when you vote at the end, just to make sure that
Well,
we
yeah,
have.
when we vote, yes.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
a clear record on the vote between
yes.
Amendment number 4 and Amendment number 5.
You bet.
All right, I'll try not to repeat myself too much then, since it'll be right after each other.
Can you hold on real quick? So, Mayor, do you think it's okay with public comment to distinguish the different areas? They are totally different areas. So I just want to make sure public comment is reflective to the...
Yeah, okay, I'll accept that. If that's, okay, so let's do, why don't you just do one? We'll take
Okay.
public comment on that one, and then we'll do public comment on, do your second presentation, public comment on that. Okay?
Perfect. Perfect.
You bet.
Next slide, please. First of all, after all of that, thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff for your time this evening and throughout the review process. We certainly appreciate your efforts to keep land use items like this moving forward in this crazy world that we live in, and we're glad to be here tonight. Next slide. Looks like some of my graphics might not be showing up, but we'll make this work. Since it's been a while since we've been in front of you for Candela's, we wanted to walk through some of the overall master plan information for the project. Candela's is generally located along State Highway 72 between State Highway 93 and Indiana Street. Generally located around this yellow piece that you see on the plan here tonight. The first piece is supposed to show up in red, and it's on the eastern side of the project. You'll see more details on that shortly. I personally was a part of the original master planning and zoning process for Candelas back in 2007 and 2008. Along with our same civil engineer, Martin, we worked closely with your planner, Carol Ibanez, on the details of that ODP, including density, housing mix, park and open space dedication, with a focus on the land north of State Highway 72 and Candelas Parkway between Smart Reservoir and Indiana Street, shown here in yellow. This area encompasses parcels 2 and 10 and were originally master planned under one ownership group, Arvada Residential Partners, and covers 736 acres of land, approximately half of Candelas. The red parcel that you can't see is the PDP we're presenting today, and it's one of the last 2 parcels to complete the development of this first half of Candelas. Next slide, please. This neighborhood is located in that white dash line inside the black box, and it's located on 4 existing vacant and platted blocks, filing number 1, blocks 9, 10, 21, and 22. The surrounding streets, including McIntyre, which is located in the center of the parcel, are platted and built today, creating 2 infill blocks. Next slide. Here's a proposed townhome community incorporated into the existing surrounding neighborhood, as shown on the existing aerial photo. The proposed plan includes 57 alley-loaded townhomes, which provide additional for-sale attached housing options within the overall Candelas community. The existing zoning allows for 64 homes. The garages are located at the rear of the homes, which allows the homes and their porches to face the street. Next slide. Oops, I think it went 1 extra. Thanks. Sidewalks line the perimeter of the neighborhood to provide pedestrian connections through the site and out to the adjacent neighborhood, Cimarron Park and the Candelas Swim and Fitness Club. Landscape buffers are located along the street frontages and western edge of the site. An urban streetscape is provided along McIntyre Street with plazas on both ends, complementing the urban streetscape to the north along the Swim and Fitness Club. The northern corners at West 93rd and McIntyre include wide, enhanced decorative paving, landscape seat walls, and tree gates. The southern corners include enhanced landscaping to create a welcoming entry. Next slide. The proposed townhomes include 3 floor plans ranging from 1,300 square feet to 1,565 square feet. There are 2 elevation styles, farmhouse and modern prairie. The homes include 4-sided architecture and use stone and lap siding. Key sustainability features include third-party energy inspections with a HERS rating and blower door testing, along with the inclusion of WaterSense low-flow plumbing fixtures. Next slide. The proposed townhomes help provide additional home type diversity within Candelas. When the ODP was originally approved, product diversity was a focus of the master plan, trying to create a mix of single-family detached and single-family attached homes, keeping in mind the overall comp plan goal of 35% attached and 65% detached homes. Of the homes planted so far in this first 736 acres of Candelas, only approximately 200 homes have been duplexes or townhomes, which is just over 10% of the total homes built and platted and below the 35% goal. The incorporation of townhomes helps add to this diversity and provides smaller, lower maintenance home options for people looking to own a home in Arvada. Next slide. Here you can see many of the site details for the neighborhood. The lots are approximately 25 by 68 feet, creating a minimum lot size of 1,700 square feet. Since Planning Commission, we have increased the covered front porch setback. It was previously 2 feet. We've increased that to an 8-foot setback. We also have an 8-foot front setback along the front property line to living areas. After seeing many of the neighbor concerns on the front setback on Kilmer, we have also agreed to increase that front setback along Kilmer for building 10 to a 10-foot setback. So that doesn't show up in the plans that you see today, but we'll work with staff to make sure that that's incorporated. The rear setback is 6 feet. The side setback is 0 since they are attached homes, but the minimum space between structures is 15 feet. They have a maximum building height of 35 feet, a maximum building coverage of 80%, and meet the code requirement of a 100-foot setback from center line of Candelas Parkway to structure. Next slide. The proposed plan complies and exceeds the recently adopted Land Development Code parking requirements. Each home is required to have 2 spaces, and each home has a 2-car garage to meet this requirement. Additionally, 26 homes, the ones shown with the orange asterisk on this plan, also have a 2-car driveway. An additional 15 off-street surface parking spaces are provided. The neighborhood provides 67 spaces above and beyond what is required. Next slide. As we mentioned at the beginning, the approximately 736 acres between Smart Reservoir and Jefferson Beltway, north of State Highway 72 and Candelas Parkway, allows more than 1,900 units. These 736 acres were originally planned for 2,240 units. The anticipated densities were not achieved for much of the previous Candelas development. The proposed plan today completes this first 736 acres development below the allowed unit count. Next slide. Additionally, the parks and open space for these 736 acres were master planned to accommodate these 57 units. Across this whole area, just over 51 acres of parkland were required and 70 acres were provided, exceeding the requirement by nearly 19 acres. This approach is based on city standard park dedication requirements and allowed parks to be built in advance of all the homes. Next slide. Open space was master planned in the same way. These 57 units require just over an acre of open space, and this neighborhood provides more than 2 acres. Across these 736 acres, 52 acres were required to be open space, but just over 230 acres were provided, exceeding the requirement by nearly 180 acres. Next slide. As an infill piece, this neighborhood has great access to the many parks in the region, including lawn areas, play structures, park shelters, and extensive trail network. The homes were anticipated to be here and were planned as part of the original master plan efforts 12 years ago. Next slide. As noted in your staff report, the proposed plan is consistent with the comp plan. It is consistent with the outline development plan. It allows for a unique product type for increased housing diversity and anticipates a lower price point for first-time homebuyers. It complies with the Land Development Code as modified with the PDP. It provides for integration and connection with adjoining development. It provides sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities, and services, and it mitigates any potential adverse impacts on adjacent properties in the general community. Next slide. Similar with the plat, it is also consistent with the comp plan and the outline development plan, has sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities, and services. It does not result in adverse impacts to the natural environment. It complies with applicable regulations, standards, requirements, or plans. It complies with applicable use, development, and design standards set in the LDC for major subdivision, and is designed with an entrance into the neighborhood. There is established infrastructure to support this neighborhood. Next slide. And with that, thank you again for your time this evening. Our team is here physically and virtually to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. This time I'll take public testimony on Candelas finding number 1, amendment number 4. And I have first Jennifer Benson. And Ms. Benson, as I understand it, you're going to speak for 10 minutes?
Yes, I don't think I'll use all of it, but.
We won't make you.
Okay. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Jeff Benson, our 20-year-old son Reese Benson, Gretchen and Ed and Jillian and Bryce Losty, Joshua and Laura Molinaro, and Mike and Haley Derrickson. So my husband and I bought our first home in Arvada 25 years ago together. It was our first home together, and after 20 years we decided to buy a new home. We knew we wanted to stay in Arvada. We loved the location, we loved the community. We loved being halfway to the mountains and halfway to Denver. We home shopped for 1 year looking for the right place. When we walked into the Village Homes at Candelas, we immediately loved the home, the model that we ended up buying, and we loved the location. The Village Homes sales rep told us that this part of the neighborhood was called Town View and was being built to have the look and feel of a town, and that we would have a retail center to be modeled after the Five Parks area. The community was to be built as walkable, with locally owned and independent retail boutiques, cafes, restaurants, to be built in the lots that are adjacent to the lots we eventually purchased. The town center would provide a unique opportunity for neighbors to spend time together, socialize, create a community, and long-lasting relationships. And this was exactly what we wanted. We were really excited to be able to get a lot that was close to the town center, and we knew this was a home that we wanted to live in for the rest of our lives. We spent over $600,000 to buy the perfect home, even though it was almost double the cost of our previous home, because we were absolutely in love with the house and in love with the location. And we have anxiously awaited over the last number of years for them to break ground on the new town center. We were not the only people that were sold on this vision. The entire Candelas neighborhood was sold this plan, and this can be referenced by the over 500 signatures that I've turned in on the petition. I do know that some of the online ones, we got some weird out-of-state people, but if you look at it, we posted about it on our Facebook group for the neighborhood, as well as next door, and the majority of all of them are from Arvada, from Candelas. And as well, my husband and I take nightly walks most evenings in our neighborhood, and we've had a lot of discussions with other people in the different areas around us. And even folks who are in the Tri-Point homes to the east of these of the lots in question were told at the time that they were purchasing the house that the lots were going to be used for retail, and also some people were told a dog park as well. And interesting, I feel like I have to disagree with Bonnie, because the Norse Group even told us at the city planning meeting that they had tried for 10 years to sell this land as retail, but they were unable to get anyone to purchase it, and so that is why they decided, to go ahead and sell for townhomes. 10 years ago, there weren't any homes really in that area, and so there really isn't any reason that they would have been able to bring retail in at the time. However, over the last couple years, we've been able to fully support a King Soopers, a Starbucks, gas station, and a number of other stores in that King Soopers strip mall area. Recently, they brought in, just a little bit on the other side of the King Soopers side of us, the Resolute. The Resolute has been absolutely packed ever since it opened. And even still, a ton of people in our area go to Five Parks because it's the closest restaurant area to us right now. But we want to be able to have a place like this in our own community. We want to have a place that local entrepreneurs will have a place that they can set up business and we can locally support them. There are some other concerns that we do have with the townhomes that are in question, and we do know that no matter what, there are issues with parking and traffic that will need to be resolved. However, the density of people from the additional 57 homes in the area would provide a much more difficult set of parking and traffic issues. Right now, the pools in the gym are already very difficult to use at peak times because we have so many people that are all trying to use them. The addition of the additional 57 units would just put even more stress and strain on the resources that we currently have. And as well, a number of people have been concerned that the cost of the townhomes would dilute the cost of our homes right now. The townhomes are just not a good fit for our neighborhood, and they are not what we were promised. And, you know, I feel like we can pretty much say all of the different builders in that area had promised us that we would be having that town center going in. And that's what we really want as a community. We want that place that can be ours. We want that place in our community. We want to be able to build with each other. We want to bring in local businesses in the form of shops and restaurants and cafes. And I do believe, kind of dorky, but in the words of Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. And I just want to close by thanking you guys for your work as our local representatives, my husband, neighbors, myself. We all recognize that you guys give your time and energy to, you know, maintain and enhance the quality of life that we enjoy. So I just want to thank you for your support and for listening tonight.
Thank you so much. Next, I have Cody Freeze. Good evening.
I'm Cody. I want to say thank you, Mayor and City Council and staff. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. It's possible you guys have already kind of made some decisions from looking at the land and everything, but I just ask that you please listen with us living right there in this area. It's not just the few of us that are here speaking. It's the over 500 that have signed the petition that we do not want the townhomes in this area. And it actually probably be a whole lot more than the 500. It's just those are just the few that actually saw the website. I think the initial goal is just to get 100 people. So to get 5 times that is quite a statement. And we know it's at the heart of the Candelas residences. I think we all understand that the land does need to be developed, and we're not opposed to developed land. What we're opposed to is an overcrowded network of 57 townhomes. We moved to Candelas, as you saw the mantra, life wide open, not life on top of each other. We were all sold, just as she said, the idea that it would be living next to a town center, a town center that would not only add value to each of us as a residents, but also add revenue to the city of Arvada. And I think that's a true win-win. I've heard the argument that they try to sell, as she says, well, this live, work, loft condo idea that we're talking about. And that's what we all would love. Of course, we can't have you guys develop that, so we do understand that. And that they said that no one showed interest. And I don't believe that's false, but I think what they were talking about was so long ago when there weren't homes there. There weren't residences there. We're here now, and we do want that. I think if that was to be sold that way, people would want that. So I think that's also why it was so hard to even get King Soopers there. It's just there weren't people there. So people have shown up. The time has changed, and Candelas is filling up, and so businesses do want to be here now. I think I've also heard that it's to create more affordable housing. I don't think that's very accurate, because if you want it to be affordable housing, you're going to have to be sub 250,000 to be realistic, right? And then you add an HOA on top of that, which is what I would believe they would be doing. And that's not going to be that much different from just buying a typical home there in Candelas. I don't think TriPoint's a bad company by proposing this. I think they're a great company, but I think they're looking out for themselves and maximizing profit. As a business owner myself, I want to know my audience, and I would want to appeal to the people around us. And I think that petition shows us that that's not what we want. 57 townhomes in this small area, it will change the dynamics of Candelas in this area. It'll create an overcrowded living environment, tight parking, and dense traffic. This is a pain that not only we will be living with, but I think you guys will be hearing about for years to come. Again, I know there's a lot of weight on your shoulders, and I want to thank you all for your service and truly wanting to make Arvada the best city and for its residences. I would even like to echo what Ms. Miller said, even just the cute cottages, just something, just not townhomes. I think that's a novel idea. So I'd like to reiterate, if you'd like to vote with the people, I think we've spoken, and we would like for you to vote no on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Denise Standular.
Hi, that's Denise Stadahar.
I currently live in the village homes as well. These tripo townhomes will not be a good fit for Town View as they are not aesthetically pleasing, making an unattractive addition to our community. Townhomes will not give our area a sense of community or allow families living in the area to bring in their businesses to prosper like Five Parks, which is currently having overwhelming success. These tri-point high-density housing will create traffic congestion and parking problems up and down 93rd Place in McIntyre. On just the west side of McIntyre, there are proposed to be 35 townhomes, with only 14 will have a two-car driveway, leaving 21 without additional parking, and only 9 extra parking spaces, 2 more which will be handicapped. These cars will be intrusive to the other homes running up and down 93rd Place and McIntyre, as they will be taking all their guest parking. With these additional cars on the roads, it will make our streets unsafe. Candelas has already had issues on next door and many other areas with too many cars parking on the streets, making it difficult for emergency vehicles to get through. These townhomes are not designed houses for families with children and pets, which at this price point, it will draw that group of owners. There's no outdoor space, patios, any other features for the families to relax and enjoy our community, except for the already overcrowded park, which there is one right across the street, which is very overcrowded, becoming unusable to the homeowners that have lived in the area for many years. With this all in mind, these townhomes will soon become rentals, and we all know townhomes are investments, and making more stress on our neighborhood with the consistent moving in and out. And we all know renters do not care about the community or how it looks. Too many renters in a neighborhood could lead to stagnant or drop in property values. And we also do not want a repeat of the Boyd Pond townhome area with all its traffic issues and overcrowding. We want more curb appeal. Tri-Point has built very attractive homes in other areas. Why not here? The Tri-Point homes at Crown Point off of 100th and Wadsworth in Westminster would be a better style of home with the alley-type entrances, and they have more additional parking than the actual proposed townhomes in Townview right now. Even though they are not townhomes, this would be a better fit for our community and lifestyle. Since COVID has happened, many people are staying home. Our communities have become a family and more important to our well-being as to be a community. Urbanization is something we should strive for as a community. Thank you for listening and taking the time to hear out all the Candelas residents.
Thank you. Ms. Rush, I understand we've got some people. Are they on this particular item?
Yes. Bruce has them ready.
Very good.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Bruce. Good evening. First, I have Jim McDonald. Jim, you can unmute and you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so thanks for your time. My name is Jim McDonald. We live in Canyon View in Candelas, and we have the same concerns that many of the other members have already talked about. My wife and I had signed the petition as well. So just lack of having their own amenities at the townhomes. So as stated before, they're going to be using the Town View area as well as the Park View amenities, pools and parks, etc., that are already in the neighborhood. It's been talked about before, but it's already overcrowded, and having high density living is just going to make the overcrowding problem even worse. Again, it was talked about already, but lack of adequate parking. So having 2 spots per home is great if there's 2 people living there that have cars. They have guests and parties and other things. The parking's going to be, a huge issue on the side streets, as well as possibly even using parking lots at the Town View or Parkview centers. There's already townhomes on the west end by Three Creeks School that are already going into the neighborhood. And then we also have the continued congestion from the surrounding communities like Layden Rock, and just the lack of infrastructure with 93 being 2 lanes and traffic in the area being highly congested from all the new members. So just more traffic issues and roads and parking. Also a concern of ours was lack of room in the Three Creeks School. So currently there's no preschool. And the school's already full, and they're trying to add on more to help with, addition of more children. So that's just another concern for us. We have a 3-year-old and 1-year-old, and we just want to make sure that they can go to the school that's, a half mile away. Lower income rentals have kind of came up, so these are going to be lower, quote, more affordable townhomes. People are going to be buying these as investment properties possibility, and that doesn't make me feel good. And the biggest thing that was already talked about as well is that when we bought our house in Canyon View, we actually bought from TriPoint. We feel the same way. We got a great product and we're happy, but we were told that there was going to be retail, shopping, and restaurants. So as a resident, I would like to see more retail, restaurants, and shopping that we were told we were going to have. We have to currently drive to Boulder, Cherry Creek, or somewhere else to go find fine dining, nice restaurants, and places to eat. So my understanding was that this was supposed to be mixed residential and shops, and that's not what is currently going to be taking place from.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Sir, thank you for your comments. Next.
Next, I have Elise Rivas. Elise, go ahead and unmute and address council.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'll try not to rehash too hard what everyone else has said, but I'll be honest, all the points that I wanted to make have already been covered. When we were looking at houses, we did stop in at the TriPoint houses, and the salespeople there told us, because these townhouses are right across the street from the model homes that I was looking at the time. And they told us that, again, that was going to be retail area, maybe restaurants, etc., like 5 parks. And that really got us interested in the Town View area within Candelas, because my husband and I met in the Washington, D.C. area, and we're very accustomed to being able to walk places, and that was a big draw for us to this neighborhood. And to hear that that's not going to be the case really upset us. And then also we drive along McIntyre. That's how we get into where our house is, and I am really concerned about parking along that and congesting the road and making it difficult to get in and out, as well as the school issues, the aesthetic issues, and of course the overcrowding of the parks and pools, which they are quite obviously at capacity now, and to throw in a bunch of more units in this area will detract from the other big reason why we love this neighborhood was all of the open space and the ability to sort of feel like you're enjoying the Front Range in sort of an isolated nature sort of way. So I just wanted to add my voice to the other voices in saying, we were sold something else, and that now that we are here to find out what the current plan is very distressing. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Chris Newcomer. Chris, go ahead and unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, Council. This is Chris Newcomer, 9503 Joyce Way. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Much like many of the other residents on this panel that have addressed you guys already, I have similar concerns, specifically with the fact that Bonnie and TriPoint are trying to tell you that there's an overabundance of parks and facilities, which there is not. As many have already stated, the facilities that we have currently are extremely overutilized, in disrepair already, and it's only been 6 years, since I've moved into this property in this wonderful neighborhood of Candelas, Life Wide Open, which is now being hindered upon by trying to put in these multi-units at an area that's really not adequate in size-wise to accommodate a large number of facilities, which also happens to be directly next to a children's bus stop that is, obviously going to be ever increasing as many of us have younger kids who will be attending Three Creeks over the next, several years. So that, again, is also a concern that I have. And one of the things that I feel like TriPoint and I'll say the developer concerns are is, when we bought, like everyone else, we were sold this dream that there was going to be these awesome facilities there that were, walking distance, where, would become a centralized location for families and people to hang out and congregate, meet, enjoy each other's company. And now that's being retracted. And I feel like it's in partly due to the fact that they just don't want to hold on to the property anymore. And I think they're being short-sighted as, we've seen since King Soopers has come in and built much of the infrastructure, which I think a lot of the other businesses were kind of waiting on because they just don't have the capital to put that out there. But now that King Soopers has done it, we have seen an influx of good business that will, obviously benefit from all of the wonderful people in Candelas. And I think that if TriPoint was to, and the developers were to, stick to the original plan, that, they would be happier and we as a neighborhood would be happier. And then the last concern that I really have on that is, that Candelas Parkway is a huge hill, and you're going to see a lot of accidents, would be my assumption, with the number of people that are influx into that area that, are just going to add onto the traffic and the already over speeding of individuals coming down Candelas Parkway. And the park area there, they would have you believe that that's, adequate enough to hold an additional 57 units, I think is what's planned to go in there. And it's just really not. It's, part of it is also a sloped hill. So it's not like a usable space where you can just go out, play football, and have a good time on. It's a big hill that most kids,
And Mr. Newcomer, sorry, that's 3 minutes, sir.
Sir, thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Nicholas Levasseur. Nicholas?
Hello, my name is Nick Levasseur, and I live at 9432 Joyce Way in Arvada. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council today. As a resident and homeowner in Candelas and Arvada, I'd like to ask for the city council to help your constituents begin to hold our developer and builders to accountability regarding the promises and the amenities that we were told would be forthcoming. While we understand that you cannot help on the vast majority of shortfalls, from their inability to maintain our common grounds to pools that on a good year are down 25% of the time, not even opening this year, well, they're able to figure it out how to open in other Cimarron managed neighborhoods, to the poorly maintained roadways already cluttered with cars parked on both sides of the street, endangering our children at play. All of these things we were told would not be allowed, but we've seen from the Cimarron Metro District and Candelas. Before you is a request to put townhomes at the corner of Candelas Parkway and McIntyre. While I believe in the right of a landowner to use their property as they choose, I do not believe in the right of a developer and builder to completely change the proposed use of land, which will devalue those homes that were previously sold. We were told by our other builders, and the developer showed the proposed area on the 3D map located in the rec center, a town center similar to that of 5 Parks. In fact, on the TriPoint Candelas website, it reads in the description, planned Candelas Town Center to host future retail, shopping, and restaurants. I can email the screenshot of that if you'd like it. Further on TriPoint, I would ask you to visit their neighborhood within Candelas, and you'll see their owners parking on both sides of the street, with some having 7 cars parked in front of one home. How many of their additional parking spots for the proposal will be on through streets? We're seeing that already, people parking on the streets, which we were told would not happen. And to mirror what everyone else has said, the pools and rec centers are already overloaded when they are open. While affordable housing is a warranted concern, to sell $500,000 and up homes and then change the amenities that you were promising after the fact is the definition of bait and switch. This is your chance as a council to stand up for your constituents. I understand that the development may not be building as quickly as they had initially anticipated, but that does not mean that the developer and builder should use up land that they promised their customers, your constituents, from businesses that would increase our home value and quality of life to more homes that would further clog our streets and bring down our values and qualities of life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Jessica Flick. Jessica, unmute and speak.
Hi. So a lot of my points are already made, so I'm going to try and just highlight some things. I want to reiterate the concerns about parking. There are already a lot of cars and campers on the streets from the houses that already have 2-car garages and full basements. So I'm just not sure what you think is going to happen when you have people that don't have basements. They're just going to have more cars overflowing into the street. It'll just get exponentially worse. It's also been mentioned that the HOA discourages parking on the street. And while that's true, they have no power to stop it, as the streets are city of Arvada and the city rules are not as strict. I think we need to figure out a clear, thought-out plan before we move forward for what will happen. I mean, does fire code even allow parking on both sides of the street? It seems like it would be pretty hard to get things through, but there's no street, I don't think, in the entire neighborhood that says no parking on it. If the only option is to move forward with residential only, I ask that you consider paired homes instead of townhouses that can have basements. They can still be alley low and they can still be a lower price point than single family, but they won't be as high of density. They'll have basements where they can store things, and it'll just be a much better use for the community. Only if we cannot get what we actually promised and paid lot premiums for. Also, it was mentioned that they believe that the drainage plan is sufficient once the townhomes and additional concrete is added. I just want to know what the plan will be if that ends up not being true. Do they just say, too bad, it was approved in the plan, like they have with everything else? And I have questions about landscaping when trees die and stuff because the landscapers didn't put them in properly. Are they going to come back and replace them like the rest of the trees in the neighborhood that are dead? Or are they just going to say, not our problem anymore? I also think there needs to be a turn lane off of Candelas Parkway turning into McIntyre. That's like a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit where you're turning right, and it's getting dangerous, and it's only going to get worse with more traffic. I also agree that these should not be used as investments, and I would also like to have TriPoint clarify what their price point is on their townhomes, because I don't think that they're a low price point. So if you're going to sell them at that, you might as well have single family. Those are all my points.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, we have Bridget Yoder. Bridget?
Hi, my name is Bridget Yoder. I live on West 95th Place in Candelas. I agree with everyone who's spoken so far. Pretty obvious that there's a lot of issues with overcrowding already. But I'm mostly concerned about the fact that almost all of the Candelas residents, regardless of which builder they talk to, were promised this town view with the shops and the amenities. And TriPoint's website, actually, I'm just going to read off here, their Candelas, the front page. One of the bullets says, planned Candelas Town Center to host future retail shopping and restaurants. So that's still on their front page. They're still promising this to people. I'm just going to say it bluntly, that's dishonest and that's rude. So, yeah. Also, I know, there's a handful of people speaking and people have signed the petition, but if you talk to any Candelas resident, no one wants this. At best, they might be neutral about these townhomes, but nobody's excited about them. Nobody wants them. This isn't what we were promised. So I think it's pretty clear that the right decision is to vote no on these townhomes and hold builders accountable for what they promised residents. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have David Lucas. David, go ahead and unmute.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Council, everybody involved. Once again, I'm here to support my neighbors. I live at 19891 West 95th. I think you've heard it loud and clear. But I'm going to give you a couple other little things. One, I'm speaking to you today as somebody who lived almost 11 years in the land formerly known as Stapleton. It is essential that you guys, as the elected leaders, hold the developers accountable to the master planning. These are great master plans designed with all sorts of great amenities, all sorts of features that are necessary to be important to our communities. And you are the only ones that can hold us accountable to these plans. In Stapleton, every day there was a threat, there was a desire to increase residential, to play outside the book. And we've now seen that Stapleton has turned into a very effective and very high quality neighborhood, the one that we should be modeling after. So that is my number one thing. It is your job, and I hope tonight that you will hold everyone accountable to what the plans really call for. These people bought these homes with these promises, and it's completely unfair to change, to bait and switch. So then my next point will be solely focused on parking. It was mentioned, the briefing paper from staff, I believe it's on page 6, states that the HOA will suggest that will encourage residents to park in garages and provide signs for visitors. You've heard, and Councilman Jones and Councilman Pfeiffer can tell you all of the drama and all of the challenges that the developers have left us with this metropolitan district. But parking is one of them. They ran away and said it was your responsibility in the city to enforce parking. These streets are woefully too narrow. They cannot accommodate 2 rows of parking plus 2 lanes of traffic. The street right on the other side of these townhomes is parking for the current recreation and pool center. And it is abysmal that we would even believe that any of these individuals will be able to store all their things, plus 2 cars, have visitors, and be packed in like this. The density is just way too high. So I think you've heard pretty loud and clear. We've all signed the petition. We are all discouraged by this. The Metropolitan District is broken. The pools aren't open because they don't have any money. And so I would leave this with your staff questions. Please ask the staff, why is now the time to break with a wonderful plan? And 2, how on earth will parking, street flows, traffic management, et cetera, be any better in this neighborhood if you approve this? Thank you, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Paul Little. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, everyone. First, I just wanted to say to the council, thank you for having this meeting accessible on Zoom. My wife's a healthcare worker. She works nights. This has been great for me, so I really appreciate it that I get to be a part of the meeting, so thank you. I had 3 comments, and I live on 9340 Nile Court, so very close to the planned development. And my comments really are, we were promised mixed use. We've heard that. The pool and the fitness club and the park are already crowded. You've heard that. We've talked about traffic, but I wanted to paint a picture for the 5 or 6 of you that were here 2 weeks ago when you were in person here reviewing the site, and I think Mr. Mayor, you were here as well as part of that party. On 93rd Place, the 5 or 6 of you that were there were 5 or 6 cars that were parked there on 93rd Place. And that was just 5 or 6 of you, not 57 townhomes. The picture that I want to paint, though, I have a kindergartner and a 3rd grader. The picture that was put up of that area with the Candelas Townview Swim and Fitness Club, during the school year at 7:25 every morning, the school bus pulls up right on McIntyre right there. I walk my kids to that bus stop every morning. I can't tell you the number of close calls I've seen where at 7:15 and 7:20 when we're walking down there, the whole community is driving to go to work in normal times, a little bit less traffic now. Assuming we get back to that, people are on their phones, they're not paying attention, they're going too fast, and kids are walking around. I can only imagine what would happen if both of the sides of 93rd and McIntyre were lined with parked cars. I do my best to have my kids look both ways and cross on the sides of the streets, but we all know, any of us that have had kids, they run in between cars, they run out. I would urge you guys to come out and take a look at what happens at 7:15 and 7:20 in the morning on a school day in that area where all these houses are proposed to be built. It's frightening. So, for those of you that were there, I think you can probably visualize that. That's my biggest concern is, what happens if this gets so congested and a child gets hit. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next I have Andrew Novak. And Andrew, I think this is you on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and address council. You have
Can
3
you hear
minutes.
me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Andre Novak. I'm here this evening to speak to you regarding the development of Block 38, Candelas Filing Number 1, Amendment 5.
Well, that's.
I've never been
Okay,
so...
we're not on that one yet. Is that correct?
Okay, that's what I thought, but you still went through the roll call, so I just wanted to make sure I called that out.
Well, if you'll stay on, or however we're making you available, when we get to that one, we'll certainly take your testimony at that time, okay? Because we
Yes,
haven't.
please, thank you.
You bet, thank you. Bruce, do we have anybody else on amendment number 4?
I believe that's everybody. Mr.
Okay, very good. Okay, so if the applicant can address some of the issues.
Address as many of these issues in
You
a
know what,
concise way.
I'm sorry, I've got a request for a break. So we're going to take a quick
Okay.
break, and then we'll come back for your.
Perfect.
Sorry, it's.
No problem at all.
Okay, let's reconvene. Okay, if we can have the applicant provide some rebuttal, then we'll open it up for city council questions and comments. I do want to make a record that a number of city council members, no more than 2 at a time, went out with members of our team to examine both the properties for this one and the other matter that's going to come before us, to get some boots on the ground and see what's going on out there. So make that as part of the record. Very good.
Sounds good. Again, Bonnie Nijelik, Norris Design. Wanted to clarify a couple things that were discussed. First of all, the use. So the site is zoned PUD, BPR, allows for a mix of uses. It allows for retail, allows for residential, allows for a handful of uses. The site has been marketed as mixed use for 10 plus years when it was originally zoned back in 2008. In addition to that, the site, the surrounding streets and infrastructure have been in place since 2013. So it's essentially an infill site that was prime ready for development, and there's still no interest in it. So it had been marketed since 2008 when it was zoned, and then more specifically since 2013 when the surrounding infrastructure was in place. The only interest today has been residential. And like I said, residential is an allowed use on this piece. What we typically see is retail, especially in this market today, which has changed. Retail has changed a lot since 2008, is that retail likes to be synergistic. It likes to be adjacent to other retail. If you're going to open a small retail shop, you want to get as many customers as you possibly can. So you want to be adjacent to other retail shops. So within Candelas, there is a significant amount of commercially zoned space left for those retail spaces. As some of the neighbors mentioned, the King Soopers is starting to develop. There's things happening around there. There's a lot of square footage left for retail development. There's square footage left for retail development next to Resolute Brewery as well. So we agree that Candelas has always been promised to be a mixed-use neighborhood. We had hoped to make this piece a mixed-use and provide a small retail component, but like I said, the market hasn't been there and the retail environment has changed, so there's plenty of places left in Candelas for that. There is a lot of comments about whether there is sufficient infrastructure. This whole area is part of a master plan, and the outline development plans, working with city staff in your process, you have a very thorough process to make sure we are master planning this correctly. So on day one with the ODP and the original PDPs that were approved, we looked at the streets, we looked at the schools, we looked at the parks, we looked at the rec centers, the drainage, the utilities. All that stuff was master planned for more units than are actually being built in this first 736 acres. With each plan, we have to prove that we are in compliance with that. We have our traffic engineer, our civil engineer on the Zoom today. They can answer any specific questions, but all those details were part of the original master plan, and the total unit count in Candelas, and specifically when this parcel, is below what is allowed in the zoning. The last thing I wanted to talk about was just the home type and parking. So like I said, parking, we are meeting your recently adopted code requirements. We did try to be thoughtful and provide additional off-street parking spaces, understanding that people would want to use additional parking. The townhomes that we're providing today, most townhomes are typically 20 or 22 feet wide. The townhomes we're proposing are 25 feet wide, so they have additional space within the garage for additional storage. This home type also provides a unique market for Candelas. There are some townhomes on the western edge of Candelas, but that's it. These can provide an opportunity for an entry-level home buyer to buy within Arvada, buy within Candelas, and it's a lower maintenance option. Someone who doesn't want to have a bigger yard, someone who doesn't want to maintain a bigger yard. So it gives another option for people looking to buy within Candelas. I think that summarizes most of the points I heard, but like I said, our team's here and on the Zoom to answer any detailed questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll close the public testimony and public comment portion, open it up for city council questions and actions. Ms. Miller, did you want to go first?
I didn't have any questions.
Okay.
Mine are more comments than
Okay,
questions.
fair enough. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I just want first to disclose that my wife's on the Metro District Board for Beaumont, which is the Metro District for the residents out there. Not that it has any play in this hearing, but we'll just disclose it. So a couple things. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Bonnie. Bonnie, who do you represent today?
I'm with Norris Design. We are planning landscape architecture.
But who's your
firm.
customer?
Tri-Point Homes.
So Tri-Point is your home.
Correct.
Does Tri-Point build mixed use or just residential homes?
They just build residential homes.
Okay. Okay, so okay, so I'm still confused on your statements around your studies around mixed use and stuff. If your customer, whose Tri-Point is only residential and only interested in residential.
Let me try to clarify that for you. So I was originally involved in Candelas in the master planning back in 2000.
I understand that. You said it like 10 times. Because I have a problem with the master plan part. Because everything you're telling us right now is about the master plan in 2007. And you know it's changed, right? In the last 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
So the master plan that was given then is different today. So I just want to make sure. I got confused with your presentation because half your presentation was more around the master planning and the Metro District, it seemed like. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on who you represented when you were up here.
Yeah, let me just clarify that. My apologies for the confusion. When I was comparing stuff to the master plan, I was comparing it to things that exist in the ODP today. So the changes that have been made, I know some of the parcels at Candelas have been rezoned, things like that. I was not addressing any of those items. I was specifically addressing the items for parcels 2 and parcel 10, which have the existing PUD zoning and how those unit counts compare. So I was trying to clarify between the pieces that have changed in Candelas and what hasn't changed and how we comply with the ODP document for those 2 parcels.
Okay. So a couple things. Drainage issues. There's some mention of drainage issues from some of the folks. It is an interesting property because we were out there. I'm assuming you can address that because there's been some drainage issues all through the property and even in Light and Rock. So trying to make sure we understand how you will make sure it gets off the property, I guess, at the end of the day. Because if you notice, McIntyre is the main artery for everyone to go in and out for, I'd say, at least a quarter of the community. So is your plan for it to exit through McIntyre? That's what it seemed like it looked like.
Yeah, if it's okay, I believe Dave Lovato or David Kuntz with Martin Martin, who's our civil engineer, is on the call and could best answer that question.
Bruce, can you help pull them up?
I'm sorry, who was that again, Bonnie?
David Kuntz or David Lovato, they're both with Martin Martin. I'm not sure which one's on the phone today.
They're not available. All right, we can come back while we wait for them. I have still a few other questions.
Okay.
We can come back to them. Is this?
I have David.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer, here's David.
Yes, hello. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is David Kuntz. I'm with Martin Martin. We were part of the master plan community. We provided civil engineering services. And we master planned this lot to incorporate into the drainage for the rest of the development. So the storm sewers and the street curb and gutter were designed to convey this developed flow to the ponds to the northeast. So we took into account about a 95% impervious, which is how we estimate the amount of runoff. And this community as designed is going to be more around the 75 to 80%. So we have more than enough capacity in the system as it's built.
Okay, thank you. So the idea is to get it to the ponds to the northeast. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Question. And I need clarification. This is more of a rumor than anything. This property is suggested to be part of the Metro District. Is that correct? But it'll be its own HOA.
That is correct. So it would be part of the Metro District like any other piece within Candelas, but a majority of the tracts will be owned and maintained by a sub HOA specific for the townhome so that other residents aren't paying for alley maintenance, things like that.
Right. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I know a few people had a question about that. Off-street parking. So I was going to ask the city team, how wide is the road? I can't remember. I thought the roads to the north of this development, which would be 93rd, I think. Are they wide enough to support off-road? Because I know some of the residential roads there are narrower than normal with the new standards.
Rob or Ryan, someone on, or Jenny, someone on the traffic team, can you answer Councilmember Pfeiffer's question?
Where's start?
Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, 93rd Avenue has parking on both sides of the street. It's approximately 35 feet wide. McIntyre does not allow parking on either side of that road.
Oh, thank you. That was my next question. So McIntyre would not have any parking at all?
Correct.
Okay. And those are planned to have garages, no driveway, correct? The ones on McIntyre?
Correct.
Thanks, Jenny.
So the homes that face McIntyre do not have garage parking, but there is some surface parking, or sorry, they do have garage parking. They do
But
not have
no-
driveway parking.
no driveway parking.
But there are some surface spaces directly behind them.
Okay, so that leads into your count. I want to make sure I understood them correctly. I think, if I recall, you had 2 car garages with some of the buildings having driveways of 2. And so when you count the parking as a whole, I'm just curious, when you count the driveway parking, how does that play in when people don't have it? And how does that ratio work? Because obviously that's private property and no one's going to park on the driveway if it's neighbor across the way.
Right. And so your code has a parking requirement of 2 spaces per unit. Since it doesn't have a specific guest parking requirement, we've looked at other city codes and kind of a best practice. And what I've seen for a best practice is trying to provide 0.25 guest spaces per unit. So this meets that. Again, it's not a city requirement. It's above what the city code requires, but kind of a good rule of thumb for providing guest parking spaces. So ignoring the garages, ignoring the driveways, we have 15 off-street surface guest spaces, which meets 0.25 spaces per unit.
Okay, and what about the parking in the interior of it? I see there's some spots.
Those are the 15, so the interior, ignoring all the streets.
Those are the 15, so ignoring the on-street curb parking.
Yeah, so we're
Okay.
not counting any on-street parking in any of our parking numbers. That's above and beyond what we're providing.
Okay, thank you. And then, okay, so you mentioned traffic study. I wish there was a little bit more around it. So you got people on the phone that can talk about that?
Yeah.
So I'd like to just know the details of that study, if those could be shared.
Yeah, that would be Curtis Rowe with Kimley Horn.
Bruce, if you can bring that individual up.
Mr. Rowe, you could address council.
Okay, hello. Yes, hello. I'm Curtis Rowe with Kimley Horn. Address is 4582 South Ulster Street, Suite 1500, Denver, Colorado. Working with Kimley Horn, we prepared the traffic impact study for this project. The counts that were conducted along Candelas Parkway at McIntyre Street, specific for this development area, were done on Thursday, February 28th of 2019. And we obtained directional entering and exiting traffic on that date. And so with the traffic impact study of these 57 units, the trip generation expected from the development is 34 afternoon peak hour trips. So that's the highest 1 hour volume. You can tell from that volume that is a relatively low traffic generator. It's one vehicle approximately every 1 minute and 45 seconds, either coming and going. That represents about a 3.5% increase in traffic volumes in the area. There were some comments about the retail. We did a trip generation comparison for this residential type unit compared to what retail would generate. And retail would generate approximately 4 to 5 times higher amount of traffic in peak hours than what this residential traffic would represent. And also with the residential traffic, this is repeat traffic. So, that's good in terms of the school bus. Heard a lot of comments about the school bus safety for the school kids. With this being repeat traffic, the residents that live here day to day will expect that and expect that school bus maneuver and the children there. And so, hopefully that will raise their awareness and their safety in observing that school bus stop and the kids that are in the area. Obviously, if this were retail, we would have entering and exiting traffic. Sometimes that would be new to the development, and so the repeat traffic should bring about increased safety for those school kids. But with the overall traffic analysis that we prepared, the only recommendation that we identified that would be needed is that McIntyre today has a 50-foot southbound left turn lane that's striped on the approach to Candelas Parkway. With the existing traffic that's there, plus what's proposed from this project, that left turn lane should be striped for a distance of 100 feet. As Jenny mentioned, there's no parking along McIntyre Street, so that is just a restriping that would be needed for that intersection. But with the addition of project traffic and that improvement, all movements into and out of McIntyre Street at Candelas Parkway operates acceptably.
And while we're on the subject, is there any road improvements or the curb cuts that are there? There's no.
The curb cuts, correct.
I was say, is there any deceleration lanes going from westbound to northbound McIntyre?
We did evaluate that. Yes, thanks for asking that question. We did look at that. It's not needed from an operational analysis. And actually, what that does, if a right turn lane were needed, that obviously widens the street. And then you have your through lanes that aren't impeded by turning traffic. And so it causes or it tends to cause an increased speed of traffic along Candelas Parkway. And so, my opinion in terms of improved safety for roadway conditions is not to put right turn lanes unless they're needed. And our operational analysis did not determine that it was. And so the existing condition of that intersection as it is today would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the last question, I'll save the rest for comments, but the last question is around the look of the buildings. They just look like one big building. They don't, typically if you looked at the cottages, I'm assuming you were here when you saw that, but if you looked at the townhouses there, they all look like they were individual. I don't get that same sense, and my concern is the complaints we still get from the west end of the townhouses on Candelas, that far end, the look, the congestion, the parking issues, and they're not even done, and we're still getting complaints. So, when you look at the aesthetics and the whole environment, I'm trying to get a feel of how you feel you can address that, and how you feel you can make it feel like not just a brick wall of a building, but more looking like the rest of the community.
And to start with the answer, I'm going to see if Paul Brady, who is our architect, can talk a little bit more about the architecture of the homes. I don't think the flat elevation always, best shows the architecture. Bruce, could you request Paul Brady?
He's still here.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I guess first, our approach to designing the townhomes is generally to do a cohesive elevation style across the whole building. We've heard feedback from resident surveys, from different reports that if each unit is a different style, it kind of looks hodgepodgey. That said, we do try to emphasize each unit so that you know where your front door is, and so each unit does have a front porch. Those front porches also are going to create significant massing relief on those elevations, and so it breaks that wall of brick, as you were saying. Additionally, we have two styles that are going to be intermixed on the site, so it creates a lot of diversity. Plus, the color selections are going to add to that. And then what's not shown in the flat elevations is based on the grade of the site, there's going to be vertical stepping from one unit to the next. So the finished floor of one unit is going to be above or below the next. So that'll add additional relief in the roof line and in the building as it goes down the hill.
Okay.
Thanks, Paul. And then just to add to that, given the size and shape of the site, most of, for example, the eastern block, you have one building facing the west, one building facing the north, one facing the south, one facing the east. Some of those are 4-unit buildings, some of those are 6-unit buildings. So there's not any place where you see, just like a long wall of homes. On their western block, that block is a little bit longer, so we really wanted to front the homes to both Candelas Parkway and 93rd Place to help engage the street with front porches, people, spending time on their front porch. I think in this COVID environment, I know I spend more time on my front porch interacting with my neighbors. So you have more homes kind of fronting both of those streets, but they both have wider landscape setbacks as well to create some separation and uniqueness in that neighborhood as well.
And how wide is your garages?
I'm going to let Paul answer that. I know the units are 25 foot wide, but he could.
How wide's the door?
Yeah, that's what, Paul, if he's still on, could you answer that question?
Yeah, I'm still on. The door is a standard width. It's that extra width goes into either side of that door, so where you can put storage bikes. Also, when you kind of bring your car in, that's where you circulate. So the standard door is 18 feet.
Okay, and I think that was it. I didn't see where trash was being stored. I'm assuming everyone will have their own trash cans and
Yep.
they'll go in the garage?
Yep, similar to a single-family detached
Okay.
home.
All right, that's all the questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I have additional questions, I've discovered that we have two individuals who signed up to speak, so I'm reopening the public testimony portion. And Bruce, if you can queue up those last two public testimonies.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, our first is Elizabeth Ash. Elizabeth, you can unmute now and go ahead and address the council.
Hi, council members. Thank you for hearing us out. And Tri-Point Homes, I hope you're listening. I am a Tri-Point owner. I became a Tri-Point owner because I did a lot of due diligence reading up on your reputation, and I was proud to buy a Tri-Point home. In the discussions around the community, when things have gone wrong with other builders, I always say, you should have bought Tri-Point. And part of that is we moved here from Chicago 3 years ago. The reason that we chose our lot, and I'm kitty corner to the fields that you're talking about building on, the reason we chose our lot was number one, because our representative told us that it was going to be mixed use, just like 5 parks. And that was, we were going to wait 3 years until my son graduated from grade school to move. And because this lot became available and because we were told that that was going to be built, we chose to leave Chicago then. Had that not been the case, I know that we would not have bought now or then, and we would have waited. I just also want to point out and just reiterate something that was stated earlier, that the mixed use is on the sales papers for the advertising for this area. And so we were all told that the homes that just got completed about a year ago, facing directly to the fields, were told that not even just a year ago. And I also just want to say, if there has been no commercial interest, Tri-Point, show us who you talked to, because I cannot believe that when people know the price points of people's homes here and how eager we are to support their businesses, that nobody would want to build here. So show us who you approached and show us who turned you down, because I still want to say that I'm proud to be a Tri-Point owner. Lastly, I want to tell you that last year I was a CCMC pool monitor for the pool. I can tell you how many times children came close to getting hit. People come off Candelas Parkway at 40 miles an hour. People do not stop at those stop signs. I can tell you that I walked my dog at 11 o'clock at night, and 93rd Place is full parked of cars because people own businesses and they bring home their business vehicles. So the parking spots that you're seeing there that you're calling extra are truly not there. Come around at 11 p.m. and you will see that. Once again, I just want to say thank you very much for hearing us out. And Tri-Point, I know you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ashton. Sorry for not going on you sooner.
No worries.
And Mr. Mayor, I just double checked. That was the last person that I see on my list. I apologize.
Okay. I'll reclose the public testimony portion and call upon Lauren Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor. So first and foremost, thanks to all of the residents who came out or who joined us on Zoom, as well as Tri-Point for being here with us this evening. So my first question to Tri-Point is, if you mentioned that this 12 years ago was zoned in the master plan for residential, but then we know it's on your website, it's on other websites, and the residents are telling us that it's been billed as this town view center for years now. We have people buying their homes in 2013 and more so saying that it was going to be this mixed use residential. So when did that change?
So the zoning is still allows for a mix of uses. It's still the PUD-BPR. It was on the market for retail until Tri-Point bought that land. So it's still technically zoned for mixed use. It allows a mix of uses. Yeah. But we're not requesting to change that.
I guess because I think Mr. Pfeiffer talked about this. You mentioned a master plan. It was planned to be residential, but then it got changed to being this mixed use center. When did that happen?
No, I apologize if that's what I said. The parcels that we're talking about today, there's kind of an L shape and a backward L shape along McIntyre. It's called Parcel 10. That was originally zoned for PUD-BPR. The two, the northwest and northeast corn parcels of this piece are residential. So that Parcel 10 that flanks McIntyre has always been zoned PUD-BPR. That has never changed. We're not proposing to change that. It's just we haven't found someone to develop that as mixed use, so we're developing with the allowed use of residential.
Okay, thank you. And then my next one is about the guest parking, and this is probably where I have the most concerns. I know you mentioned you looked at best practices and 0.25 is a best practice. I can use myself as an anecdote, and I realize this is an anecdote, but I used to be an HOA president of my old townhome unit, which we had 10 townhomes, so we were a small townhome. We were walkable to Old Town, and if we were walkable, we were about 5 blocks away, then we could definitely be bikeable, anything like that. We all had basements too, full basements, and yet, and then we had 8 guest parking spots. We all had 2 designated parking spots, just like you're presenting, and then we had 8 guest parking spots for 10 units with all of that. Those 8 spots were so full, people started parking in front of their units. And so they were always full. And we would sometimes have to tell people to go park on the street in the next neighborhood and walk over. That's how bad it got. So my concern here is we have 15 spots shared for 31 units. I'm sorry, I don't believe that's enough guest parking, particularly, now the ones with the driveways, you're right, those units are probably going to be more fine. But those units where you only have the garage, those 31 units to share 15 spots, I mean, Thanksgiving, Christmas, anytime the Broncos play, you're going to run into trouble with that. And then we're hearing from many of the residents about how the parking is already dire on the street. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so again, I just want to reiterate, we do meet and exceed your land development code for parking for townhomes that you guys just recently approved. We did want to go above and beyond that. I think part of this is providing people different options for a home. Not everyone has 2 cars today. Some people are working from home, not just in this crazy world we live in today, but in general, some people are working from home. Some people choose to not have 2 cars, and so this may not be the right fit for every single person who wants to buy a house in Candelas, but it provides another alternative for housing in Candelas that exists in a very small percentage today. So again, we are meeting the parking requirements. We do acknowledge that there is a need for additional guest parking. We are providing that. We're providing people the option to buy a home with a driveway if they plan to have a lot of guests. And there is on-street parking, and it is something that needs to be shared with the entire community.
Mhm. Okay, and and then just in terms of the walkable and the fewer cars, how many bedrooms are these units?
They're a mix of 2 and 3 bedrooms.
So 2 to 3 bedrooms, ideally probably going to be families. Is there anything that is walkable from these units? Other than just the community facilities like the pool and whatnot? Can you walk to the King Soopers or anything like that?
I don't know the exact distance to King Soopers, but I think that varies on who you are as a person. Some people, I walk to the grocery store, it's a handful of blocks from my house. My neighbors don't. It's the same distance, so I think it's a choice thing. And as Candelas continues to develop, hopefully there are more retail options for everyone to participate in.
Okay. And you also mentioned, and then this actually segues very nicely into my next question, so thank you, the commercial retail zoning, and perhaps the city staff can help me with this one as well. Is any of that going to be walkable to this area?
Ryan or Rob, can one of you answer Councilmember Simpson's questions?
Go ahead, Rob. You got an answer.
Just to follow up on Councilmember Simpson's question, the King Soopers shopping area is approximately 1,300 feet from the edge of the townhome parcel on that eastern edge. So, it is definitely walkable to a certain number of people, but as Bonnie said, there's certainly people who would walk and people who wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. And 1,300 feet, forgive me, how much of a mile is that?
That's a quarter of a mile.
Quarter of a mile? Okay. And it's a mile? Okay. So the residents are saying it's about a mile. And thank you. So, perfect. So then my next question, in terms of the walkability, going back to what the resident from Chicago noted, and the resident who had once lived in DC, and I myself once lived in DC, and the walkability is huge for me personally. I actually chose to buy on the east side of the city because of the walkability of the east side of the city. And I strongly believe that the west side of the city wants the same thing and deserves the same thing. And so with the promise of having a walkable mixed-use center in the community that was sold to all of these residents, is it possible that that placed a premium on the home prices that were sold there? That people thought it was going to be this neighborhood, so they purchased there, and that they maybe paid more for those homes than they would have if they had thought that it would not be a walkable neighborhood?
I'm going to defer that to Dan with TriPoint. I don't participate in the sales of the homes. I'm not sure that there's a premium place for those homes. But
I would assume it's possible. I don't know what the lot premiums were there. I've been at TriPoint since October, so fairly new to TriPoint. I'm not sure what the lot premiums were. I'm not sure what the lot premiums were based on either.
Okay.
I mean, they could have been based on proximity to the park, proximity to the rec center, which you're very close to the park and the rec center in this area. So I would assume that there was some lot premium based on that as well.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question actually is for our staff, and who knows, maybe even Mr. Pfeiffer might be able to weigh in on this one. We heard a significant from a number of the residents mention the overcrowding of the facilities. I don't know the answer to this, so I'm just wanting to ask: is there plans from the Metro District perhaps to upgrade those facilities to be able to account for the increased number of residents and demand on those great facilities that they have?
Ryan or Rob, do you know the answer to Councilmember Simpson's questions?
I'm actually going to ask Carol to weigh in as well, but to the best of my knowledge, on this side of Candelas, I don't believe that they're planning on any more resident or recreational facilities. That being said, I know that with the development to the south, they are considering some more residential, recreational amenities, but those are still things that are in the very early planning stages. Those are related to council action, related to the land use plans when they rezone the area to the south of Candelas Parkway. So that is still in the very early planning stages. On the north side, I don't believe any more rec centers are being planned. Carol, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, that is correct. The intent for this development as part of the master development plan was to have over 2,000 units, and that was going to include all the parks, open space, and also the 2 rec centers that exist today to accommodate all the residential units that were going to be in a parcel, this parcel, the north side of Candelas Parkway between Indiana and 93. So, Smart Reservoir. So the intent was, even though the rec center is not going to accommodate every person in the development, the other open space amenities and parks were all going to be accommodating all the people living there.
Perfect. Thanks, guys, from the team. I appreciate that. I believe that's all my questions for this time.
Mr. Jones?
Well, luckily, there's a lot of them that have already been asked and answered, so I'll just focus on a couple. But I'm going to start and finish with the Arvada team. In the staff report on the first page, last paragraph, it says the ODP provides for over 4,300 residential units, including single-family detached, and over 7.2 million square feet of retail, commercial, etc. Mr. Chitelski, sorry, Ryan, I just call you Ryan. You would think that after 5 years I'd learn how to say your last name. I apologize. So the area to the south that was just recently rezoned, how much of that was rezoned from the 7.2 million square feet to now some sort of residential?
Well, I could do it in terms of acres. It was approximately 250 acres or so. In terms of square footage, that square footage is applied over a large area in Candelas. And so really what you need to, I know that there's roughly 2 to 3 million square feet left of commercial that's still available in the surrounding commercial zoning that wasn't rezoned. But that's not necessarily a one-to-one equation because you have mins and max that you can do on different parcels, so you can replace more dense commercial in other areas. But approximately, it reduced it by several million square feet. It is no longer at that 7.2 million square feet with the rezoning of the property to the south.
Okay, thank you. And then, so going back to the traffic engineer, I'm assuming the traffic engineer is still on the line. I just want to reiterate, you said that it was your professional opinion that there did not need to be a deceleration lane on Candelas Parkway to turn on to McIntyre Street.
That should be Curtis Rowe on the line.
Bruce, do we still have Curtis?
We do. I
Yes.
just had to get him teed up.
Okay.
Yes, hello, yep, Curtis Rowe again. Yes, that is correct. We evaluated that to see if a right turn lane, a right turn deceleration lane would be needed, and it is not. The intersection works fine without that right turn lane, and so in my opinion, and also based on the operational analysis, we did not determine that it was needed.
Have you driven that road?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Because I'm not a traffic engineer, but I would completely disagree. I think that it probably would be safer. Again, I'm not a traffic engineer, but just kind of my observations are that a turning lane there, whether there's residential or retail, would be an appropriate thing to strongly consider. The Five Parks area, I was not on council when that project was approved, but how long did it take for that area to take off? I don't know if that's the right word, and Mr. Mayor, you're probably the one that was here.
It took a long, long time.
Yeah. Okay. So it's, I appreciate the fact that it takes a long time and that maybe TriPoint is not a commercial developer, which is why they probably steer the other direction. So it takes a long time for that. And I mean, we've seen that just in the Candelas area. That's taken a long time, both for the residential and for the commercial to begin to take off. Now, going back, Mr. Rowe, I want to make sure I understood what you said with regard to the 50-foot left turn lane, which is there today. That's on McIntyre?
Correct, yep, southbound McIntyre on the approach to Candelas Parkway.
So, and you're saying that you think that they should have a 100-foot left-hand turn lane there?
Yep, to restripe that so it has 100 feet.
Why is that?
It's just based on the number of vehicles turning left. Right now it tapers out, so there's just one approach lane. And so if you have more than 2 cars waiting to turn left, that third car blocks somebody else that's approaching that intersection that may want to turn right.
So let me make sure I'm understanding where this, so the left-hand turn lane that we're talking about, is it on Candelas Parkway or is it on McIntyre Street?
It is on McIntyre. So as you're leaving the neighborhood, right now that left turn lane is really short. It's only 50 feet. So it will only hold 2 cars. There are instances where you may get a third car that comes up and wants to make a left-hand turn.
Okay.
And so by lengthening, just restriping that left turn lane so that that third and fourth vehicle can be accommodated there, will allow other traffic to bypass them and turn right onto Candelas Parkway, because they'll be shifted over and out of the way in the left turn lane.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I was struggling to picture that in my mind, but I got it now. Thank you.
Yep.
I think all of my other questions were asked by other council members. 18-foot garage door is what I heard. Okay. So my last question is for the Arvada team, and I don't know, Mr. Devon, who's best to answer this one, but I'll ask it to you. And it's actually Mr. Lucas's question, which is, why is now the time to break from the master plan that was presented and sold over the last decade?
Ryan, would you please respond to Councilmember Jones's question?
I will. I think it's a fair question. I think it's a healthy question to be asking. And I think the truth of the matter is, I think that's the question that's being asked of you. I think that's a community conversation, and I think that's part of what you're being asked here in looking at the PDP. Is now the right time? Certainly, the developer is bringing forth a project that is in conformance with the city's long-range plans and has different components to it, and it meets the zoning standards in a lot of ways. But it's not necessarily consistent with what the original vision was for this site. And so City Council is being asked, I think, a very tough question here tonight. And really, the questions that you're asking yourselves are, is now time to break with that visioning that we did together as a council? And if you believe that now is the right time, then this could very well be the right project. If you believe that now is not the right time, then it couldn't be. I realize that I'm giving sort of a wishy-washy answer, but there's no real good way to answer that question without kind of understanding kind of all the dynamics that are going on. Certainly, we've heard that TriPoint is a good developer and that they make good product, but also part of what this overall area wanted and needed was a commercial component to it. And is now the right time to break from that? Perhaps not. And really, that's the tough decision that you have in front of you tonight, Council.
I appreciate your non-answer.
Well,
I'm just kidding. You gave a great answer, Ryan. Thank you.
I apologize.
No, I agree with you. It's a tough question. I appreciate your honesty on that. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Second bite. Has everyone already asked their question?
What's that?
I'm a second bite at the apple, so I wanted to make sure everyone else asked their questions. Okay.
That's why I'm calling on you.
Thank you.
I'm good at keeping track of apple bites.
Especially with me or John. Actually,
you two chop on the apple the most.
Yeah. You bring up a good question, listening to Mr. Jones around the intersection of McIntyre and Candelas and the traffic counts and a little bit more queuing going eastbound on Candelas. Has there been any thought, or how does the traffic light mix into this? Because I'm assuming this is planned for a traffic light eventually. If this was to be approved, is this where a developer contributes to a traffic light? And kind of curious where this conversation could go.
Jenny, could you respond to Councilmember Pfeiffer's question? Or Ryan, whichever.
So there is no plan for a signal at McIntyre. There is a plan for a signal at Noble and then over at Salvia, further to the west.
Why is that? I mean, it's on a bend, so you think there should be a traffic light there to slow traffic down, but there's no plans at all?
So we have master planned this area and planned out where the best place for those lights are and which of those intersections would take the majority of the traffic.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Mayor.
I've got a question where I may be seeking some legal advice and wondering if we should do that in executive session. Would that be your sense?
That's fine with me, Your Honor. If we're going to call an executive session for legal advice, we'll need to do the justification that includes the subsection of the statute. So my understanding is that council is requesting an executive session to request legal advice pursuant to CRS 246402-4B relating to legal advice for this particular matter.
Can somebody willing to make that motion?
So moved.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion? That passes 7-0. Do we need to go back upstairs, I assume? Because we'll have to...
We could do that. I
Well,
think that's
of course,
probably...
it won't be taped because it's legal advice. Or is there another room more convenient?
We could go back here.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
yeah, right. We'll take a brief recess. Okay, we are ready to reconvene. For the record, we had an executive session to receive some legal advice regarding questions I had in my mind, and other council members followed up on that with questions for legal counsel on that issue. And with that, are there any other questions from City Council? Seeing none, it's my inclination to, although we've got public hearing open for the other parcel as well at this time, it would be my recommendation that we continue the discussion of items D and E with regard to filing number 1, amendment number 5, until after we consider action on this first item, since they're two very different items. Mr. Marriott?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I would move that we do continue the 2 items on amendment number 5 until after we have taken action on amendment number 4.
Okay. Ms. Jones, did you wish to speak to that? Ms. Ford and Ms. Simpson, if I can get your votes on that. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Mr. Jones?
If we're ready, I'd like to make a motion on
We are.
this matter. I move that the planned unit development plan for Candelas filing number 1, amendment 4, generally located north of Candelas Parkway and McIntyre Street Boulevard by 93rd Place and Kilmore Way, be rejected. This motion is based on the following findings of fact for denial. And I'll turn to...
I'm sorry, before you make any motion, sorry to interrupt. Wanted to see if we could continue this, if we could work with staff, if there's anything we can do to address some of the concerns we heard tonight.
I'd like to finish the motion.
Yep, you may. I think your request for continuance is being denied.
I'd like to go to the approval criteria on, I'm not sure what page of the staff report is, but specifically number 7 of the criteria. Let me make sure I've got the proposed use or groups of use are appropriately located and designed both within the boundaries of the plan and in relation to adjacent uses, such as the foreseeable material adverse impacts that may be created by the scale, design, and operating characteristics, hours of operation, traffic generation, lighting, noise, odor. I don't believe that this application meets that criteria, and those are the grounds for which I make a motion to reject this.
Discussion on the motion, if any? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I also believe that criteria 7 did not get met as stated by Councilmember Jones, so I'll be supporting his motion for rejection.
Mr. Marriott?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I also will be voting yes on this motion to reject this application for the reason why that I believe this does materially impact the surrounding areas, the surrounding neighborhood, by virtue of something different being developed there than even the builders themselves have been advertising. And I think there are probably solutions here. I think development needs to be creative about finding them, but this particular one to me does cause material harm, and so I will be voting yes as well.
Ms. Simpson?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleagues in terms of rejecting this proposal, and the reasons why are that in light of criteria 7, it's my strong belief that if we're going to build a community, we have to build it with intention, and that includes placemaking with intention, and that looks at everything from parking to potential noise, and also resident expectations for what they believe the community's true value is. And so I feel that this development flies, or excuse me, does not quite meet those criteria. And I want to make sure that you, TriPoint, know this is no reflection on you. We heard testimony from people who live in your homes that you are a quality company and a quality developer. So we continue to look forward to your quality work. It speaks to this particular proposal and not you. And I want you to know that, so thank you.
I'm going to be supporting the motion, and that may come as a surprise to some people who think that I always vote for every development that comes to Arvada. But I think this is one that needs to go back to the drawing board. And certainly my vote on this is not a reflection on the staff recommendation or the work that our team has put into this proposal. This really did come down to exactly, in my mind, what was brought up in terms of what's been our vision for this parcel, and how has it been represented in the past, and there were reasons it was represented in the past the way that it was, and I think that that vision still remains viable. So with that, Ms. Miller and Ms. Simpson, if I can have your votes. Okay, that motion passes 7-0. With that, we will vote on Mr. Jones, if you want to make the second motion.
Sorry, let me get there. Yes. I move that the primary plat for Candelas filing number 1, amendment number 4, generally located north of Candelas Parkway and McIntyre Street, bound by West 93rd Place and Kilmore Way, be rejected. This motion is based on the following findings of fact for denial, which again I will point back to criteria number 7.
Motions to reject the planned unit development plan. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Okay, let's move on then and reopen the discussion of the item D and E, the planned unit development plan for Candelas filing number 1, amendment number 5, generally located at north of Candelas Parkway, south of 94th Drive and east of Salvia Street, and consider preliminary plat for Candelas filing number 1, amendment number 5, generally located north of Candelas Parkway, south of West 94th Drive, and east of Salvia Street. Mr. Devon? Anything additional on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe, hopefully they're back up in their location. Rob Smetana will start with this presentation.
And actually, I think he's already given his presentation on this. We sort of did both at the beginning.
Yes, I tried to combine the two of them together
Right.
at the beginning.
Right. And I've already indicated the posting log and the mailing affidavit are in order. I've already sworn in individuals. The applicant can go ahead and make a presentation on this one.
Good evening, Bonnie Nijelik, Norse Design, 1101 Bannock Street. I do believe we have a perfect, thank you. I think you can skip past the first couple of slides. You guys have seen what TriPoint is. So again, apologies, for some reason our red is not showing up on this parcel. But the proposed Fifth Amendment includes developing one existing vacant and platted lot. If you could go to the next slide, actually. It's shown here in kind of the trapezoidal white shape in front of the black box. So this neighborhood is located on one existing vacant and platted block. It's part of filing number 1, block 23. And similar to the previous case, the surrounding streets and open space are platted and built. Next slide, please. And here's the proposed townhome community incorporating into the existing site and the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed plan includes 37 alley-loaded townhomes, which provide additional for-sale attached housing options within Candelas. So we're proposing 37 townhomes. The zoning for this parcel allows 55 townhomes. These homes are generally the same as the neighborhood you just reviewed. The garages are also located at the rear of the homes, allowing the front porches to engage with both the open space and the surrounding streets. Next slide, please. 2 gathering areas are included on this site, including benches and a small grass area located on the west and north sides of the site. The larger northern area provides additional shaded picnic table seating with views over the open space. The neighborhood improves access to the adjacent Maverick Mesa Park, and it includes an enhanced landscape entrance off of Salvia Street. Naturally placed evergreens and ornamental trees enhance the setback and buffer at the entry of Salvia Street off of Candelas Parkway. Next slide. The architecture here is consistent with the previous neighborhood. However, this neighborhood does include 2 additional floor plans for a total of 5 floor plans with a range of 1,300 square feet to 2,250 square feet. The additional floor plans are created due to the addition of tuck-under garages to work with the existing slope of the site. The buildings with the tuck-under garages also provide additional storage opportunities. And this has the same sustainability features as the previous neighborhood, including third-party energy inspections with a HERS rating and a blower door test, along with inclusion of WaterSense low-flow plumbing fixtures. Next slide. Again, this piece plays a critical role into the diversity of product types within Candelas. These 37 homes provide a total of nearly 300 attached homes, creating just over 15%, although that number is slightly reduced when you subtract the homes that we were just reviewing in Amendment 4. Next slide. The addition of the tuck-under homes. So the slide you see here where they have the orange asterisk, that's where the tuck-under garages are located. It sounds like you all probably went out on this site, or some of you in small groups went out on this site. You probably saw the grate that exists out there today. So those homes fronting Candelas Parkway have tuck-under garages to better work with the grading on site. Next slide. The site details are very similar to what you just saw. We have 1,700 square foot lots. The front setback to both the living area and the covered porch is 8 feet. We have a 0-foot side setback, a 6-foot rear setback, and the homes are placed a minimum of 15 feet apart from one another, with a maximum building height of 35 feet. Maximum building coverage is also 80%, and this site, again, fronts Candelas Parkway, so we have a 100-foot setback from center line of Candelas Parkway to the structure. Next slide. The proposed plan also complies with the recently adopted parking requirements. So again, every single home here has a 2-car garage. The majority of homes also have a 2-car driveway. Again, those are the homes shown with the orange asterisk. In addition of 10 off-street surface parking spaces are also provided. So this neighborhood provides 62 spaces above and beyond what your code requires. Next slide. These numbers on the next few slides will be off because it had assumed the amendment for 57 units. But to be clear, just the ODP parcels 2 and 10 were planned for these units and additional units. This specific parcel was planned for, I believe it was 55 units. We're requesting 37. Next slide. Similar with the parks, they're part of the master plan development, the unit counts that were planned for parcels 2 and parcels 10. So again, this unit count was accounted for when the park dedication was provided. Next slide. The open space, these units require 0.89 acres of open space. We are providing that on site. 2.2 acres of open space, in addition to the excess of open space that's been provided within parcels 2 and 10 at Candelas. Next slide. And again, you can see here in orange is our proposed site. These neighbors or these future residents will have great access to the neighborhood park just to the west of us, and the extensive trail corridor within Candelas. Next slide. Again, consistent with your staff report, we have reviewed the approval criteria for the PDP. This is consistent with the comp plan. It is consistent with the outline development plan. It provides a much-needed unique housing type, providing for sale attached homes. It does comply with the land development code. It does integrate and connect with the adjoining development. It provides public safety, transportation, and utility facilities and services to serve the property, and it mitigates any potential adverse impacts on adjacent properties in the general community. Next slide. And same with the preliminary plat. It also complies, or it's consistent with the comp plan and the outline development plan, has sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities, and services. It does not result in adverse impacts to the natural environment. It complies with all applicable regulations. It complies with applicable use, development, and design standards set in the Land Development Code. And it is designed with an entrance into the neighborhood. There is established infrastructure to support this neighborhood. And with that, our same team is here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Very good. I understand we have one person or three people, okay? Bruce, if you'll cue them up for us, please.
Yes, Andre Novak. I think I said it right.
Nice work, Bruce, especially at 9:11 p.m. tonight. You're remembered. Good evening, council members. Again, my name is Andre Novak. I have never been so compelled to share my viewpoint on this type of matter as I do today, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. My family and I live off of West 94th Avenue across from Salvia, so this initiative is very important to us. We moved from Parker, Colorado to Arvada, and specifically to Candelas because it bridges our need to be closer to the mountains while maintaining the suburban lifestyle. Investing in the Candelas community meant the ability to participate and enjoy the open spaces, nature, and skyline. This is why I vehemently oppose the development of Block 38, Candelas Filing Number 1, Amendment 5, with the Tri-Point Townhome. By adding the proposed new townhomes, I believe this will diminish the quality of life desired from this area, as well as the overall aesthetic. And I believe the sentiment echoes the previous statement by Councilwoman, I believe it was Councilwoman Simpson, regarding intention. I apologize if I got the wrong one. I can't see very clearly on the video. I don't see the intent being inclusive of keeping with the desired outcome of our Candelas residents. I love this area, and I know you do too, which is why you're serving on this council. I'm asking that you give this development even further consideration, as I don't believe this development will be keeping with the growth and prosperity that we as residents want. I know that what I've said today is not very different from what you have already heard this evening, but I hope you will take these remarks not as being redundant, but shared concerns of our desired outcome to live as a community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, next is Heath Novak.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with the council as well. As you just heard, my wife is very passionate and has, made some very poignant points about our concerns about this proposed development. I share all those same concerns, and I felt it was important for myself to also be included in this discussion, to provide my testimony and my opposition to this development as well, just to provide another voice. And, not necessarily to provide any additional points, since my wife made them all for us already, but really to add another voice and to let you know that I'm quite certain we're not the only ones in the neighborhood who feel this way. And really, to put additional points on it, I'm concerned about the safety of the area with the addition of these new constructions and the traffic that will also increase inevitably. And we have two children, a dog. They often walk the dog, and extra traffic has me concerned about safety and the welfare of my children. And that's really most of what I wanted to say, and appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
And last, we have Jim McDonald. Jim.
Hi, my name's Jim McDonald, and we live in Canyon View. I spoke earlier about the other amendment, and I have some of the similar concerns as the Novaks as well. I know that the designers talked about how they meet the standards for parking and all the city standards and everything, but as a community member that lives here, I still have the same concerns that the amenities are already overcrowded with the people that live here. So having high density living is just going to add to the problem of overcrowding of the facilities. The school again as well, and then adequate parking at the town's home, increased traffic in the areas. And then also, the potential to have income rentals. These are going to be supposedly lower, entry home levels. If somebody buys those and turns those into rentals, that's something that I know myself definitely wouldn't like, and other neighbors wouldn't encourage as well. And then also the looks of the apartments or townhomes. It looks like apartments to me. It doesn't blend in with the community and what we bought into here at Candela's. So I just feel that it's the same situation as the other one, that just doesn't fit into the community, something that we don't want. And thanks for your time and consideration for tonight.
Thank you, sir. Bruce?
That's all.
That's all.
That's all, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Very good. I'll allow the applicant to give some rebuttal if they wish.
I guess just a couple things. This parcel is zoned PUD-R. It does allow a variety of residential home types, including townhomes. So it is consistent with the original intention for Candela's, the vision for Candela's, and the zoning that is in place today. We have provided additional parking above and beyond what's required by a code, and even more than what was provided in the previous plan. The last item, I guess just wanted to clarify that they are for sale townhomes. That's how they will be sold. But we can't control who purchases them and what they do with them, if they should want to rent those out. But our intent is to have those be for sale homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the presentations. I'll close all public testimony. Mr. Jones?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for the applicant. And I don't know if this is the name of the road, Track A. It's on the road. But
The alley.
Yeah, so is that the alley?
Yeah.
So when it comes out, when it exits onto Candela's Parkway, I can't find what that looks like. Is that just a right in, right out on Candela's Park? I'm assuming that it is, but I can't tell with the drawing.
So you mean the one on the eastern edge?
Yes.
So that is primarily for emergency access. It's shown as having a gate at that edge.
I wondered what that was.
Yeah, so it's a second point of access to meet any fire concerns, but residents and everyday traffic would use the salvia entrance.
So there's only one way in and out for the residents?
Correct.
2 ways for
Yeah.
emergency personnel?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's gated so that it's just for emergency vehicles.
Okay. And having gone out and looked at the site, obviously the topography drops off
Correct.
down on that one side. And it looks like there's going to be some retaining walls. Any feedback on how those retaining walls are going to be constructed, or how many of them are you going to need in order to stabilize that spot?
Yes, so on page 2 of the preliminary development plan, you can see the main retaining wall. It's along the northern edge, just south of the kind of northeast diagonal boundary. There's a 10-foot wall that is shown there. And then I believe there is a smaller 6-foot wall along Salvia, just south of that access point that we were just looking at. It kind of parallels Salvia Street. And then there's also a 5-foot wall near, I guess, Building 6, the most southwest building. Along the western edge of that building, it parallels that building. I think I captured all of them.
Okay.
And
So the one that shows on the north side, that 10-foot wall, is that really a 10-foot wall, or is it going to be broken up into 5-foot sections? That seems like a pretty high wall.
It is a 10-foot wall, and if we can still access David Kuntz, our civil engineer, he could maybe describe that a little bit better than I could.
Yes, hello, this is David Kuntz with Martin. Yeah, it will be one 10-foot tall wall. So we're pushed up against the existing floodplain of Big Dry Creek there. So there wasn't enough room to provide the tiers that we normally do. So it'll be a 10-foot tall wall with a railing and landscaping along the top.
This is a question for the Arvada team. Is there another place that you could point me to where we have a 10-foot wall, just so I can get a visual of what that is in my mind? Seems to me like we typically cut those.
How high is the one at Kings?
Sorry?
There's some existing retaining walls north of the King Supers out in Candelas that are over 10 foot in height.
Like on the other side of like the dentist office?
Yes.
Okay. Visually, those don't look like they're 10 feet from the road when you're going 55 miles an hour. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what I was looking at. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And those were my only questions. Thank you.
Mr. Fiver.
Thank you, Mayor. So kind of the same thing applies here. These retaining walls will be maintained by the HOA, or?
That's correct. Those retaining walls, I believe, are all in tracts that are owned and maintained by the HOA.
Or the Metro District and/or, right? Or is it going to be the HOA that maintains those?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe we only have one Metro District tract. That's the southwest tract where there's Candelas
corner.
entry signs. Yep, the rest of the tracts are owned and maintained by the HOA, which would include the improvements within them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then, so I think there is a deceleration lane here if I see it on this drawing. I don't know if it exists today. But this is where I think one of the lights were, if I remember what Jenny said, was Sylvia was one of the planned lights. So knowing that this is a planned intersection like that, is there any off-street parking that's being suggested here? On Sylvia?
I believe Sylvia does have on-street parking. But Jenny, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Salvia does not have on-street parking allowed on it, and there is a deceleration lane on Candelas turning onto Salvia.
Okay, I was curious because if it's going to be an intersection, it didn't make sense. And also, I was noticing the fire truck, there's no way the fire truck could even enter into this spot if there was parking on the street, if you look at its radius. So no parking on Sylvia. Thank you. That leads me into the alley. Since there's one entrance in and out, 24-foot alleys seem to be very narrow. Shouldn't this be considered like maybe a smaller street versus an alley, since it's one way in, one way out? It's not just an alley for the houses. I mean, it should be. I feel like if 37 or how many people live here, of which only a third are right in that entrance, that means that 2/3 are going to go through this alleyway all day long. Shouldn't it be wider for safety concerns on track A?
Jenny, can you respond to that question?
Sure. We analyzed this and both through the traffic study and also in coordination with the fire department, and determined that 24-foot was adequate for safety reasons in that area.
So even with
So
the,
that intersection will operate, all those intersections will operate at a level of service A or B.
okay, but the alley itself, entering into the property, since it's the main entrance, shouldn't it be wider than just a typical alley because you have 2/3 of the residents that don't even live in that stretch driving through it multiple times a day? I mean, it just seems like it just seems very narrow for just a main entrance. Okay. And then I think that was it.
Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have just a single question, and I'm assuming the answer to it, but the detention, underground detention vault, the top of that will be covered in dirt, so you won't know it's there. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe the landscape material on top of it is a native seed. So kind of a lower water use, more natural looking seed.
But it'll the vault itself will not be visible
Correct.
from any direction, particularly when you're looking south as you're kind of coming up the hill on Salvia. You won't see the wall, a face of it or anything like that.
I believe that's correct. David Coons, can you just confirm? I believe the full thing is underground and nothing is visible from, you're asking basically from the low side.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah, the only thing you should be able to see is there'll be an outfall pipe into Big Dry Creek at the base of the wall, and there may be a couple of manhole covers that you'll see in the landscaping.
On top. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Ms. Simpson?
Thank you. So actually, a couple of them have already been answered, so I just have a couple more then. Going back to the retaining wall, just in terms of visibility, a 10-foot wall is pretty high, but also that hill is very high. So the visibility of the townhomes will still be fairly visible to the residents that are already in Kendall's, the already existing homes, yes? Or will the retaining wall block much of that view?
So do you mean the homes just northeast of here?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so those homes are lower. I believe, I know there's, so if you start at our townhomes at a high point, you're going down 10 feet for the retaining wall. You step down, that goes into the Big Dry Creek out, the Big Dry Creek, which is kind of a low spot. I don't have the topography to the north of that creek in our plan set, but I might phone a friend if David Coons might happen to know that one as well.
Yeah, yep.
The relative grade.
So right at the intersection of Salvia and 94th Place is the low point in Salvia Street. So it goes up in either direction from there. So basically the homes to the north of there sit either higher or about on the same level as the townhome pad. So they'll be looking down onto it for the most part. So there's walls on the north side of Big Dry Creek here. We're adding the corresponding walls on the south side of Big Dry Creek. So they'll be fairly similar, if not higher in elevation.
Okay. All right, perfect. And then just in terms of the walls themselves, I trust there's going to be thought put into the aesthetic to make them not just functional, but also attractive for the overall community.
Right. Oh, go ahead, David.
Sorry, talking about walls. Yeah, it'll be the similar block type wall that you see throughout the development. So we're going to match that style primarily.
Okay, perfect. And then my only other question, and this may not go to you guys, but I still would like to try. So just the price point I understand is going to be in the 300s, correct?
Yeah, base prices would start, I believe it was high 300s, low 400s, and then people could, as they add options. So we expect final sales prices to be mid to high 400s, depending on what type of options they select. So if you want a low option, you can buy a more affordable house, but you can do a lot with options.
Okay, no problem. And then you add the HOA. They're going to have their own individual HOA.
A sub-HOA, correct.
Perfect. And then we've heard concerns about rentals. This is a fairly high price point for an investment property. Most people would most likely be looking at these as a single family home, or sorry, not a single family home, but a personal, primary residence, that's what I'm looking for. And when the HOA is formed, as you're selling these homes, that question's going to come up. Would you be able to limit the rentals, the number of units that can be used as rentals in the community?
I don't believe we legally can allow that, but we're happy to confirm that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. Ms. Ford.
I have one question. We've been hearing a lot of comments on trees dying. What kinds of work will you do to keep the trees from dying? Because that's a very important amenity for people.
Yeah, we're happy to work with both the Metro District, on Metro District-owned lands, and the HOA on those details. We are required, when TriPoint builds the landscape areas, they are required to, when they turn it over to the HOA or the Metro District, it's required to be alive. So I think we need to work with the HOA and the Metro District on their maintenance practices and see if there are things we can do to help ensure they keep living.
The assumption is being made that not enough, what do I want to say, fertilized material is being put into the clay. What do you think about that?
We're happy to look into that and work with the HOA again and see if there's anything we can recommend to help ensure those trees have a better shelf life and provide the amenity that we're looking to provide for the residents. So we'll work with the HOA on those details.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Jones?
I was just going to, excuse me, ask to reserve the motion.
Okay. Mr. Pfeiffer?
I think you said Mr. Pfeiffer, right?
Was that? Yes, I said Mr. Pfeiffer.
I heard a beep at the same time.
I wasn't trying to beep you out, honest.
Actually, I did have two more questions, and thank you, Mayor, for giving me an opportunity again. The visitor parking, this is something we've struggled with similar. It technically has 6 spaces on the north western portion, which do not have driveways. And then you have, I don't know what on the other side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the far end that all have driveways. I struggle just a little bit with the placement of it, just because knowing how people are, even though we talk about walkable communities, some people just don't want to walk. So did you assume that those parking spots would be for the folks that don't have driveways, and then is there a way to kind of control it? If you heard the cottages earlier, they said that they're putting parking pass assignments. Not saying that has to happen here, but are you going to put any enforcement around visitor parking only, and that folks need to use their garage and not fill their garage with storage and then park in the visitor parking? You know what I mean? It's because my fear is they're going to start parking on Sylvia, and we're going to have another problem to deal with, and then the police are going to be called all the time to write tickets, and I don't want to perpetuate a problem, so I kind of want to cut it off at the pass if you have some ideas around that.
Yeah, we're happy to look at that in some more detail. The HOA documents, the draft documents, do encourage people to park in their garages and not use storage. Like I said previously, these do have wider garages, so there is a little bit of extra space. But again, that's something we can look at with the HOA to see if there's any type of signage that they could put up to shows us guest spaces. We're happy to work with them and see what else we can do.
Okay. Some HOAs actually put that as in their bylaws that you can't park outside of your garage. And then the last thing is, I know you hinted it on the last hearing, but visually this is the same thing. So architecturally there's not a change, and I have to say I usually don't see a straight facade of 6 townhouses that looks like an apartment building. And I know this is a flat view, and I think we've seen color only on display. I wish we had these more in 3-dimensional, because I know it doesn't give it justice, but it's hard for me to visually see what the architecture is around this. And if it's not, it needs to be, to me, it just needs to be broken up. I don't want to a wall on Candelas. You know, there has to be some sort of attempt to really make it look a little bit broken up than just, oh, elevation changed 3 feet, so we moved the roof line. People are not going to notice that. You know, does it pop out a little bit more, draw back a little bit? You know what I mean? There has to be some more architectural. Is that something that you guys can look at? And
Yeah, I think one thing that doesn't probably show up very well in the elevations, but does show up in the site plan is the front porches. So there's some kind of horizontal in and out of the front porches, providing some step backs and step front. But we can continue to look at that with staff and maybe review some 3D models with staff.
so is the porch and the living wall different setbacks? Because in your last presentation on the same, that was not the case.
We had, so what we did is we have the same living area and porch setback because we wanted to increase the landscape area. At Planning Commission, we had a smaller front porch setback, but we heard some concerns about the lack of room for landscape, so we pushed those back, but there will be some ins and outs between the living area and the porch. So we can continue to work with staff on that with the next step should we get to that point. And like I said, we can provide them with a 3D model so that we can better study those details.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Jones,
I'm prepared to make a motion.
you may proceed.
Thank you. I'll make my motion and then I'll speak to it as I did last time. I move that the planned unit development, excuse me, I move that the planned unit development plan for Candelas filing number 1, amendment number 5, generally located north of Candelas Parkway, south of West 94th Drive, and east of Salvia Street be approved, subject to the attached updated conditions of approval. And this motion is based on the findings of fact adopted by the Planning Commission. First of all, thank you for being here tonight and for the work that you're doing in the community. I recognize that, you know, obviously there were people here that testified in the last hearing about their homeownership with you and how they feel like a partner with you in that. And I think, you know, in certain regards, we feel like a partner with you in everything that you do here. And this parcel feels different to me and feels like it does fit within the community and the things that are going on around it. And so that's why I moved to approve it, and I will obviously be supporting it. But I just, again, thank you for the work that you're doing, and I hope that you'll move forward with this and look at that other site as well.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I agree with what Councilmember Jones is saying. You know, it's always been on there as PUD-R. I mean, R is very clear. It's going to be residential. The only ask, and I won't make it a condition, but you got to look at the architectural kind of visually, how it kind of look, just make it pop or add something to make it look a little bit different, not just a wall. I mean, I hate to drive by and since I live out there, drive by and say, damn, I should not have, I should have thought about that. I don't want to get to that point. So that would be one, and also to encourage around the parking issue, because I don't want to have, I think it could be solved through your HOA documents and signage, and there's easy fixes there. So I encourage you to work with staff to get those things ironed out. And just like Mr. Jones, I think it does feel different, and it was expected, so I'll be supporting it as well.
Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will also be voting yes. I think when I look at the approval criteria, I find that this meets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So certainly meets all the criteria for approval. I think also this is a nice plan for this particular site because of the topographical changes and whatnot on this site. I think this is a really good way of addressing it, and I think you've addressed what the issues might be. I think also for the overall mix of Candelas, this is a benefit as well, with just providing some diversity of housing options in Candelas and without a doubt some diversity of housing prices in Candelas as well. So because of all those reasons, I'm certainly voting yes as well.
Ms. Simpson?
Thank you. I just want to echo the comments of my colleagues, particularly Mr. Marriott, on the housing diversity stock. We desperately need that, particularly, well, we need it all over the city, but in a community like Candelas, having some townhome options, increasing the townhome stock would be excellent. I also I'll be supporting the motion as well. I stand by my statement of a community of intention, and this site plan to me isn't just different than before. To me, it's far better. You have 10 parking spaces for 11 units without driveways, which is much better. You're isolated in due to the topography and the retaining walls, so parking on the adjacent streets shouldn't be much of an issue. The deceleration lane, the intersection light, everything about this community just feels a little bit better to me, and that's why I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, if I can have the rest of the votes cast. All votes are cast. Did I just wipe you all out? Vote again. Sorry. That passes 7-0. Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that the preliminary plat for Candelas Filing Number 1, Amendment Number 5, generally located north of Candelas Parkway, south of West 94th Drive, and east of Salvia Street, be approved, subject to the attached updated conditions of approval, and this motion is based on the findings of fact adopted by the Planning Commission.
All votes are cast. That likewise passes 7-0. Ms. Nicolette Nizelek, I want to commend you for your presentation tonight, to be able to get back up after having a vote go against you. My experience as an attorney, when I've had a judge rule against me on something and then to have to get right back up and proceed with presentation is not easy, and you did a very lovely. I would recommend it. Yeah. You did a lovely job on that. Obviously, as it pertains to the other property, we'll have to have further discussions moving forward, but certainly the testimony tonight is that this is a very fine company building a very quality product, and we hope that we can get someplace where we can all be in agreement as to what happens with that parcel. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more public hearing. Mr. Devon, I will open the public hearing on Council Bill 20017, an ordinance authorizing an additional appropriation for fiscal year 2020.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Director of Finance Brian Archer is here with a about 90-minute presentation.
Mr. Archer, it's amazing to see you in person rather than via Zoom. So,
well, it's an honor to be here. Right, I don't even know where to stand. Okay, right here. Yeah. So, Mayor and Council, thank you for your time. I will try to do this as quickly as possible, realizing that you had to sit through some very interesting topics tonight. So, I'd like to say that we saved the best for last, and so we'll jump right in. We are a little bit out of order. I think my family calls this suspended reality. And so, unfortunately, you should have received this in March and April. And due to what's going on, we are unable to present until today. So we did delay this for a couple of reasons. Number one, we didn't know what COVID was going to do to our community and what it was going to do to our nation. We still don't really know, but we have a better idea financially. And number two, we wanted to, as a team, revisit each and every one of these decisions and make sure they were the right ones before we brought them back to you. So we've done both of those, and so we'll dive right in. What you would have heard in March and April is a presentation about how we finished 2019. We finished 2019 in great shape. We did see a couple of cracks starting to show up. Council will remember we talked about sales and use tax starting to trend down a little bit, property tax trending downward a little bit, and building activity slowing but still above our budget. Auto use tax was doing better than we had expected, And ultimately, we ended the year in a positive manner. Our general fund balance still was at its 17% reserve throughout the entire year. Currently, we sit at about 42% of expenditures in our fund balance. As you know, we're conservative through our 10-year model, and that's why that number heads down each and every year. We want to go ahead and jump in through the next slide. What we're here tonight to do is present a few items. Number one, our carryover requests. Again, these are items that were approved in 2019 but not completed. Our 2020 one-time items. So these were presented to City Council throughout our 2020 budget process, but we did not have an identified funding source. We do feel that since we ended the year in a positive nature, that we can then ask to fund those out of 2019 one-time items. And then finally, we do have some new requests that have happened throughout 2020 that we want to get your formal approval on. Hopefully none of these are a surprise to City Council. Hopefully you have been brought up to speed on each and every one of these items. If not, I'm certainly here to talk about that. Next slide. So, this is the summary of what our 2019 carryover looks like. As you can see, it is spread across many funds. It is a large number, 25 million, but the majority of this is made up by capital projects. In our enterprise funds, specifically water, wastewater, stormwater, and food service, any capital dollars expire at the end of each year. So we need to come back to City Council and ask you to reappropriate. And that is why those numbers are quite large. Also in our street maintenance fund, we made the decision during 2019 to change a little bit of the approach. And so they spent a lot of dollars on concrete to get ahead of asphalt replacement in 2020 and asphalt replacement that will happen in 2020 and 2021. So those dollars you see, approximately 3.4 million, will be spent this year and into next year. And that is why in 2019 they didn't get those dollars out. Concrete is cheaper than asphalt. Next slide, please. Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Mayor, do you mind if I ask a question? I know it's not normal
Go
in
ahead.
the public, but it's on this topic. When you talk about funds expiring and you have to get council's approval to carry them over, I guess, is it in addition to the following fiscal year's funds? So like example, if you go to the previous slide, there was about 3-point-something million into streets, 3.5 million almost.
Yes.
Does that in addition to their FY20 funds?
Yes, it will add to that.
Does it ever cause a problem where we don't spend the money within the fiscal year and we continuously have carryover?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And actually, we revisit that with our team before we bring them to you. Some cases it can, but ultimately, because we do a 10-year financial plan and we do a formal budget process, it usually doesn't cause a problem. We don't end up continually stacking.
Right, because I think you keep saving. I'll use the word saving for now, that you just keep, building and building, and then you're not spending enough, and now you find yourself with 14 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million of carryover, and then
absolutely.
Are we doing a disservice?
Yeah, we haven't run into that issue yet.
Okay.
I mean, we revisit each one of these decisions very carefully to make sure that doesn't happen. And I would offer, if we did run into that, we would revisit the program itself and say, okay, is it really accomplishing what we're supposed to be getting done?
And so when those expire, do you have to come back to council and get them swept, or is it automatically the funds are swept?
So they will sweep automatically into that specific fund's reserve, and then we'd have to come back to council to spend it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
And Brian.
Sure. Thank you. Next slide. These are some of the details related to the carryover. City Council should have received a complete list in your packet that was very itemized. And so this is a summary just to show the general fund split out from all the other funds. I already talked a little bit about the large capital item carryover. And on the general fund, these projects should look very familiar. Still working on our security rollout, some ADA items, some various studies related to traffic and traffic calming. We've heard some presentations about those, most recently at workshops. And then finally, some small dollars in operations. Next slide, please. These are the one-time items related to the general fund. Just a few of them. One related to AIDA. City Council made a commitment a couple of years ago to continue to fund the work that AIDA is doing if we have available dollars. This is just a little bit of piece of that. Some dollars set aside for smart city initiatives. I don't think this includes any holograms in Old Town, but it certainly... Sorry, Councilmember Miller.
Hey, we're getting closer.
Mr. Marriott's got a legitimate question.
Maybe. Since you're on the smart city initiatives, is that $100,000 just banked in case we find some smart city thing we want to do, or is that actually for something?
Yeah, this is for some very specific projects that have already started,
Okay.
and then some identified dollars for future initiatives. It's very small amount compared to what we're hoping to get in the future.
Do we have an idea what those projects are, or just a general idea of what?
I'm going to phone a friend on that really quickly.
Okay.
I'm the only friend you got. Yeah.
So
I could make them up, but I know
it's
you know better.
getting late. And the smart city, the folks that are attending, and it's Councilmember Jones and Pfeiffer and Dot and Lauren. Anyway, the plan that was presented, there is work related to traffic studies, public safety. As you saw I think it was even a month ago, you saw the optical trailer that we received a grant for. So this is work to tie that in and use that data. So those are the general areas, and you have that smart city plan where we came in with the, I would say, conceptual work that we're doing. We've modified as we've learned and are kind of refining what we're spending the money on. Again, $100,000 is really small, so we're
Right.
trying to use it effectively and could scoop money one direction in order to do a more complete project.
Okay, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So you'll also notice there's some dollars around completing the parking lot at Lake Arbor, and then finally working on replacing our Ask Arvada software. A lot of the dollars you see up here are seed money. They are not the amount that we will need to complete the projects. So we will definitely be back to City Council requesting additional funding, assuming we will move forward with some of these dollars. Next slide, please. Finally, unfortunately, I do have a mistake on the next two slides. And so I'm going to tell you now before you call it out. This should say 2020 new request, not 2019. So I apologize for that. These are items.
You got to get better with numbers.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Mr. Archer. It really calls into question credibility on all the rest of the numbers you do. So
I highly debated on not saying anything, but.
Go ahead.
Okay, I didn't know if Councilmember Simpson had a question. She had her finger up. So these are items related to that have showed up since the last time we met with City Council last October that we felt like we wanted to get in front of you, items that we'll be moving forward with. So if we move to the next slide, there's a little bit further detail on them. But ultimately, as you can see, they're predominantly related to capital projects. You could make an argument that the vehicle purchases are also capital in nature. We did bring the Amoresco contract to you earlier this year. You approved that, so this is the cleanup of the budget side of that. This is a work in progress. It will take a little while to get all of these improvements put in place, and then we'll be able to pay them off in between a 9 and 11-year time horizon, and then recover basically over that next 9 to 11 years of reduced energy costs. The item related to street maintenance is a allocation we received from the state. So they gave us an additional HUTF dollar allocation last year. We are transferring those dollars to be used specifically on street funds, moving those over to CIP, and then finally some small operation dollars. And you can see that's a list of the various capital projects. So next slide. And finally, I did want to recap where our one-time funds came from, since you did not receive that presentation earlier in the year. And you can see from a revenue perspective, pretty close on sales and use tax. When you combine them, the one-time money that we received from HUTF that I just made reference to, our building revenues combined still exceeded budget. And then finally, we did receive some pretty large grants in 2019, and so we'd like to recognize that. When you look on the expenditure side, you can see that when you take our total expenditure savings and you remove what we're carrying over, it was pretty tight. So this is the first time in a long time that I've been here that we've been that tight on the expenditure side. And so you will hear as we move forward with our budget presentations, including next Monday night, that changes that we make today on the expenditure side are going to have effects on the kind of services we can provide to the citizens of Arvada. And so that makes me uncomfortable, but ultimately, when you add all those up, we have the ability to carry these dollars forward, and they don't really change the 10-year plan in any way. It enables us to continue to do some of these items that we had laid out. That completes my presentation.
Pretty good, Mr. Brandt.
Mr. Archer, I just have a question or comment. Particularly with the one-time funds, there was a time when, if I'm not mistaken, we would have $5 to even $10 million worth of one-time funds as our revenue was racing forward much faster than our expenditures, and now we've kind of flipped around, and now our revenue is not outpacing our expenditures by so much, or our expenditures are getting closer to what we budgeted versus being well under.
Yep.
And so I just wanted to note that as an observation of that's a trend that's changed very dramatically in relatively a short period of time. And would ask you, I think philosophically we want to have we want to come up with more revenue than we forecast and fewer expenditures than we forecast, which yields the ability to have one-time funds. But is there somewhere there that you feel like is an ideal place to be?
I think that's a great question. And it's a very valid point. Certainly not where we were, where you're racing at $5 to $8 million ahead, because that certainly feels like you're not getting the most services for the dollars. And certainly not where we ended 2019, because that's awfully tight. And so we struggle with that, trying to understand where the best case scenario would be. I think many years ago, and Mayor Williams is probably the only one that would remember this, we used to have council that would tell our city manager, any city manager worth his or her salt could find $1 million. And so I would argue that that's probably where we would want to be, is somewhere around $1 million to $2 million. That would make me feel comfortable that we could, attack any issues that showed up, but certainly, we weren't banking dollars, for lack of a better term.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I'd agree. I mean, closer to zero is always better. I know you want a little cushion at the end, but I think it's good to show the citizens like we're not banking and that we're trying to get every dollar out to the appropriate places like street repair, water repair, whatever, or proactive maintenance, preventative maintenance. What is it? A pound of whatever planning is. I don't know what the whole saying is. One of you
Must
guys.
be getting late.
It is getting late, so I'm looking for a rescue out of my friends here, but apparently no one wants to rescue me on that statement. But anyways, it's the primitive, putting that money there and trying to spend it, and that's why I was asking about the carryover and do we sweep it? And I think my question more is, should it be swept? And I know you're proposing that these are go back, but I would be curious, in certain years where we do have $5 or whatever million, you could, I think that there's in light of how funding is and with road maintenance, some of those conversations might be interesting to have on what our solicited feedback would be on that. Hey, everyone, sorry, you're swept. It'll be up to council to come back and say, okay, we'll give it back based on these project requests. And you kind of do that here, but
we do.
I don't know if we have the robust conversation of our strategies, because our strategies this year could be different than what you might be planning, because we're being pressured by our citizens to solve a certain issue. And we may want to allocate those funds after we sweep to maybe the COVID issues or small business recovery issues, and so just some thoughts in the future, maybe be able to have those conversations.
Okay.
But I agree.
Certainly internally, we have those conversations very in depth. Mr. Devon and Ms. Gillis lead us in those. And we talk about that exact topic, but you're right. We never really come to city council and have a deep discussion.
Well, you could say these are what we're thinking. Is my compass correct, or do you feel that this is good based on the current environment? Like, we would never predicted COVID, and we could have completely diverted funds in a different direction. But I think that the team here knows that. Mm-hmm. It's kind of sausage making in a way, but I'm wondering if there's just a little bit more involvement in the future with council.
Well, I think actually with the workshops we have planned for July and August, we will have some opportunity for council to weigh in on capital priorities, operational priorities, and so forth. So beginning actually, I think, next Monday with the 10-year financial model. We look forward to that. We're going to have departments that will actually present their operational and capital programs to you later this summer, and that'll give you an opportunity to offer your thoughts on how we're spending those funds.
If there's not any questions, I'll make the motion.
Well, first of all, I need to see if there's any public comment.
Sorry.
Is there any member of the public that's wishing to make comment? According to Ms. Rush, there is not. Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer, you may make a motion.
Sorry, I was asking questions before public comment. I apologize. I move that Council Bill 20-017, an ordinance authorizing an additional appropriation for fiscal year 2020, be approved on final reading number 4734 and ordered published by title only.
All votes cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on our agenda, first of all, any public comment? Did we have anybody left for public comment? We do not. Okay, any city council reports? Seeing none, we have an appointment to the Design Review Committee. Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to appoint Steve Byers to the Design Review Committee for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2023.
That passes 7-0. Next, we need a motion to appoint a representative of the Community Corrections Board. Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones.
Where to go? I move to appoint Mr. David Jones to the Community Corrections Board for life.
Do we need to also appoint an alternate?
Yeah, and the alternate is, I believe, Ms. Miller.
And Ms. Miller is the alternate.
All right, for life. All votes cast. That passes 7-0. And then I would move to appoint Craig Koshin to the Metro Wastewater Reclamation District Board for the period July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2022.
And I will move to ratify Mayor Williams' appointment of Craig Koshin to the Metro Wastewater Reclamation Board.
If I let you guys vote, you can vote, can't you? All votes cast. That passes 7-0. Tell Mr. Koshin he doesn't have to find $1 million. He just has to continue to service for another 2 years. Okay, Mr. Devon.
Excuse me, no reports.
Very good. Ms. Morris, do you have anything for us tonight?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Very good. We stand adjourned. Thank you all. Good work tonight.